for the first time. Shane Larson goes defensive. We're almost 3 wide as we have Meisel now getting involved in the action, but it's Larson who leads Arnold in second place.
Come in with all that traffic right there.
Yeah, really strategic. Oh, there's a big accident there. Who was that spinning out? There's an LMP2 involved as well. The 38 car. Oh, that's wide from P2 there. He's in the barrier.
Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and welcome along to the Wrong Stuff Racing League Endurance Series. We're here for round 4 of the season. It's on one of the most historic endurance racing tracks in the United States of America, or even in the world. It's the wonderful Watkins Glen circuit, and multi-class around here is always absolutely special. I'm Tom Dillon. Alongside me for the first 2 hours of this broadcast is Bobby Ross. And Bobby, welcome along. Your first time commentating with us at Slow Motion Broadcasting, and what a race to join us on.
Yes, Tom, and thank you for letting me be a part of this. And of course, thank you to Adam Thompson for giving me the opportunity to dip my toes into the world of racing commentary, or virtual racing commentary. It should be an exciting race. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, absolutely looking forward to it. We're just about to grid up, and well, to take you through the grid, it's Nathan Olsen who has set the fastest lap and got pole position for Maradnes Sapphire, with Wayne Castile lining up alongside him in the Maradnes Green number 33. It's then Ninit for Viper Works Motorsport in the number 86 in third, with Eigersman in fourth. Then it's Justin Barrera for Metamorphosis in sixth, only behind Aubrey Kundle in fifth for the Wrong Stuff Black. Then it's Robin Summer for Prismatic Motorsports in the number 59, before John Carlo Leite in the 288. Justin Hall, Ryan Kerr, Matthew O'Leary and Wayne Grennan round out the top 12. And Bobby, would you like to take us through the next page?
Sure thing. And then we got, from here on the screen, we got Ricardo Serrano. And then we got Diego Airy, Bjorn Stange, Rutherford in 16th, Bobby Flack. Then we got Bradley Alvis, Joshua Benjamin, Roxy Gibson, Alberto Fiore, Marino Donzelli, Jesus Calinari. And then for 24th, we got Olivia Hayward.
And then 25th starts Daniel Curo in the GT3. Then it's Eric Rodriguez for Prosciutto Punch Racing of 369. Then it's 324 of Agustin Galetto. Then Julio Quintera in the 249. Then it's Dominic Angocchio in the 317. Shane Larson, the last of the LMP2 runners, before we get into those GT4s. Jacob Money has taken pole position in the GT4 for Sapphire Simsport Delta 493. Then it's Jack Lee in the 499 for 499 Racing, 499s for fun over at that team in position 32. Then it's Robbie McCaffey, the Australian, in 32nd, or in the number 32 in 33rd. Then it's Austin Diltz in the number 192 in 34th. Dan Babbage in the 401, before Jamie Southwell starts 36th. And last as well, I'm hearing in my ears. So we're about halfway around this formation lap at Watkins Glen. And Bobby, I'll ask you for your prediction now. Do you think Maradnes Sapphire, who have been able to win the last 2 rounds in that number 70, and technically speaking, the number 70 has won all 3 rounds, albeit with a slightly confusing change of everything. Do you think they're going to be able to keep it up in that LMP2 category?
Oh, yeah. I think they'll win securely, based on what we've seen these past 3 races. But again, no, anything can happen in the world of motorsports. Famously said by Murray Walker. Anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yes, absolutely, particularly in endurance racing. 4 hours of racing ahead of us then. Once they do get up to the line, it'll be a rolling start, of course, 2x2, which is going to be extra enthralling. This circuit, as I said, it's host of the 6 hours of the Glen in IMSA every single year, one of the 4 endurance races that championship runs. And well, that particular race is very interesting every single year. Well, as they go around Sector 3 now, Bobby, in terms of GT3 and GT4, who are you? Who's your pick?
Ooh, definitely. I'm gonna say DS Racing MV Skin Lad for GT3, and then for GT4, any of the Sapphire teams. Take your pick with those. But I think it's gonna be a Sapphire team for GT4.
Well, hello in the YouTube chat to Vanix says, let's go, Mia. We will be answering all of your questions, all of your comments throughout the course of the afternoon. It's going to be 4 hours of racing for round 4 of the WSRL Endurance Championship. The safety car is going to dive to the pit lane. It's crucial for the Radness Sapphire to get off to a good start here, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do. The green flag flies here for Watkins Glen. It's going to be 4 hours of racing, and down into turn 1 they roar. It's been a good start from the number 70, gets ahead of the 33, stays ahead of the 33, and in the GT3s it's equally as line of stern. The only change of position has been between a jostle of the 268 and the 294. The 268 gets off to third position, but only just they're side by side through there as they head down into turn 2, turn 3. There's still 4 more jostles in the GT4 category between the Sapphire and the 32. Down the corner, going through the chicane, the first one, there is
single file for the most part, heading to the end of the opening lap.
Yes, and absolutely using all of the track and some through up to an ultimate corner. 136.0 is the pace set by that Miranda Sapphire. Driving that car out of to look at a picture on his change of position in GT and MP2. That's between the Sapphire Sims 4 China 92. They're still going side by side at the top of the picture, that 98 behind the scenes to get us turned up and all fixed. Just sorting, there we go. That's going to be all sorted, but disappointment for the 499 has fallen down the order, down into last place, 6th and last in the GT4 field. He'll be trying to get himself back up the order, Jack Lee, first getting into a rhythm. Here is your race leader, Miranda Sapphire. That's a wonderful purple livery machine leading the way quite comfortably ahead of their 33 teammates. They've run won 2 on the bounce, technically speaking. To my knowledge, they've only won 2 on the bounce, even though the 70 did win the first race. They had a quick switch of route around the screen. 70 became the Randall screen 33, around the Sapphire 33 became the Randall Sapphire number 70. So they have won the last 2 on the spin. Technically speaking, the 70 won all 3. It's a bit of a confusing way that it's been ran, Bobby, but the fact of the matter is that Miranda as a team are absolutely dominating.
Oh, for sure. When you win the like I said, when you said earlier, when you win the last 3 races, you've put a big stake into that championship fight right now, in regards to as well as this race. Now let's see. Now we're with the GT3 cars. We are going from turn 8 to heel. Now we're going to turn 9, which is a very tricky part of this track. As a fellow sim racer myself, I can tell you, this portion of the track, you've got to be careful, especially at the beginning part of this race.
Absolutely, and following cars through there is no mean feat at all, particularly LMP2, where the dirty air isn't a huge factor for these cars, but certainly with the relatively complicated aero, it is certainly a factor that you've got to keep an eye on. The LMP2s start to attack the GT4 field. That's going to happen in just a moment's time, which might in turn play a factor for the battle for the lead in that class between the 493 and the 32. That's 4 tenths of a second at the moment between the 2 Sapphire Sim Sport cars. And once these miraculous cars, the LMP2, start to sight their way through that field, that is going to start to be a factor. Now, the grass being kicked up on the outside of this particular turn, the cars wanting to not get their tyres all dirty and things like that. How much of an effect that has in iRacing, I'm not too sure. It's not particularly avid iRacer myself. So certainly something to keep an eye on. There is the first lapping of the GT4s. It's actually allowed around the screen to perhaps have a little bit of an attack down into turn 1, but I think definitely stay behind the time thing. Not hard. The GT4 goes ahead around the Sapphire car park.
And I wonder, because it's early on in the race, is there a little bit of team order with this, especially when you're going through traffic and don't want to take any unnecessary risks early on in this race? As right now, Wade Castell is holding his line right now, going through the S's, and now going to the outer loop, going around the GT4s.
He's absolutely incredibly down into the chicane. He's obviously trying to stay behind his teammate for the time being. Welcome to Judith Cooper in the chat. This is a battle for position. GT4s and into the wall goes that GT4. Can't quite see who that is tumbling down the order. That is bitterly disappointing for him. It's, I believe it might be, here's Jack Lee. He just clicked onto that car. It's this one, isn't it? Shane Larson went straight into the wall. I believe all the cars behind him is one of the 2, but at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that was a nasty moment in the LMP2 and GT4 categories already. That traffic being a massive factor in this race.
Yeah, for sure. Managing through traffic, that's the name of the game. Especially when they were racing side by side. I don't know if the GT4 he had no room and unfortunately had nowhere to go except going outside off the track. But yeah, that's just horrible luck for Shane.
We apologise once again about the people in chat saying that the commentary is a little bit too loud. We are trying to sort it behind the scenes, so hopefully that all gets fixed in a few moments' time. So please just bear with us. We're working on it, and well, we'll press on here. At least you can see the race, and I suppose that's one thing. Here we go. This is a battle in GT3, isn't it? That's a 3-2-3 trying to go around the outside. This was 16th position overall. Not quite sure 16th position in GT3, I should say. Trying to get through. They might go 3 wide here. This is going to be very interesting. It's the Porsche just sort of hanging on in there. Now around the outside goes one of the other Porsches around. That's the Miranda's car in GT3. Does get around. That Mercedes is now going to have to do a little bit of work to get back up ahead of that number. I believe that's number 369, isn't it?
That it is, and good job on that, the blue Porsche, 2 positions in 1 turn. And now the Mercedes is on defense. Oop, my apologies.
No, don't worry, absolutely. As now this is going to be a defensive move. You're right, from the Mercedes, a 3-2-3 on the inside, trying to get ahead. It is a natural Solar Porfia racing team. Won't quite have the plaudits to get through into turn 1. Has to just brake that little bit later, does the Mercedes. But on the exit, the Porsche is absolutely rapid. Down the inside he goes, and he's able to get through here as Alberto Fiori out of Argentina, racing in the 323 and now moves up into 17th position. However, there are plenty of cars behind him. He's got the Mercedes, the BMW, three BMWs, in fact, trying to attack him, and this is not going to be easy for him. He's got to build as much momentum as possible, put the lap times in, and hope that he can find himself with a bit of a buffer behind. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 category, it's still line of stone at the front of the field as this is a battle as the GT3s now try and get past some of the GT4s. I believe that was actually the Mercedes that was caught in a little bit of an issue. It's the Sapphire Simsport Alpha who went into the wall in the 192 thanks to that LMP2 little incident. Now down the inside goes one of the BMWs, can't quite find a way through at this stage, and that Maradna's car, who is really trying to hold on to it here. The Maradna's Black is just having a bit of a difficult time to build any pace or momentum in the race.
Yeah, it seems like once that first car passed him, it was just a domino effect, because it's like you try to slow down a little bit to get back into the groove of things, but when you try doing that, other people in line behind you, they're going to take advantage of that, and unless the Mercedes, the 328, is able to build back that momentum, he's going to continue to lose positions.
10 minutes into this race then, as we see the LMP2s trying to get past all of the GT3 field. This is going to be very interesting indeed. There is the Miranda's Black into the pits, perhaps fixing a little bit of damage, and now the question is Bobby Ross going to attack in that number 33? I think he's going to give it a go, you know. Perhaps can't quite find any move though here. And it's Watkins Glen, I apologise, not Bobby Ross. Bobby Ross is talking to me. That's me going completely balmy there. But Watkins Glen even, I'll get the name right eventually, is going to try and attack this 70 car perhaps, or is he going to stay behind? There he lifts, he's going to have to choose one way or the other. That was very, very difficult.
Ooh, all right, so now they're coming through the S's. Oh, he might make a momentum, but it'd probably be best to wait until after you clear through these GT3, GT4 cars. You don't want to risk taking yourself or a fellow competitor out while doing so. Got to play the long game.
Do you know what that is, Bobby? I think you run either the 33 or the 333 in one of the leagues we commentate. I want to say XTC, don't you? That might be where I've got that mistake made. But anyway, we'll press on. As this battle might just be broken up in a moment by these two LMP2s. It's a battle for 14th. There goes the 70 down the inside. Will break up that battle somewhat. The 33 not making himself very popular either, Wayne Castile, as that gives the BMW a little bit of breathing room at the front of this train. This is for 9th position in class. You can see by the LED board on the windshields if you're if you're interested in all of that. But here we go. This first pit stop of the day for the 294. This can't be scheduled 12 minutes into the race, as we see Joshua Benjamin in 378 trying to keep his race intact. The Rabbit Chase Racing.
And we see one of the prototype drivers cutting through the GT3 field. And like you said earlier, yeah, number 33, that was my name when I used to do the XTC series. And which hopefully will start again sometime next year. But going back into here, we got through the S's, you got Joshua Benjamin trying to hold off a line of GT3 cars.
Yes, absolutely, and a difficult battle, but we'll wait and see how it develops. As we see here, Joshua Benjamin once more in that 378, trying to avoid these LMP2 drivers who now are going to basically be at the mercy of the traffic. The 98 trying to attack the 86, will go down the inside, can't quite find the space to do that, though. These LMP2 cars in iRacing particularly are very planted from what I can tell from watching the onboards and things, so they can afford to poke their nose down the inside without having danger of running straight into someone. There you go, there again, just poking his nose down. This is great endurance racing. Just poke your nose at every single opportunity, try and find a way through, see if you can force your way through, never mind. But that Rabbit Chase Racing car trying to avoid the spinner. That is one of the Maradna's cars. It's the 334 who was already in a bit of trouble earlier on, and now this is so treacherous, just about going to stay there. Waits, checks his relative, gets back going. And oh no, maybe not all the Mercedes, just avoids him. That is incredible, incredible stuff. He's very, very lucky.
Oh, yeah, from past experience, turn 9 is the worst spot to lose it, because especially when you spin right there on the inside, you can't just back out. As we go back to the replay here. So this is coming out of turn 8, going into turn 9. Let's see, he was just maybe giving some room with the lead cars from the prototype class. Let's see, or did he just lose it on his own? Oh, he just loses it on his own, and then look, and then when he rolls it back, at this point, you're a sitting duck, because you can't just back out. There's no room. You have to wait for the cars in the relative area. And now we're back.
Summarised beautifully, Bobby, because as well, in that situation, he did well to hold the brakes, otherwise he would have spat himself out on the road. Sometimes when you're in that situation, it's easy to forget to lock those brakes, and he did very well. Here's Alberto Fiore in the 3-2-3, wanting to attack that car of the 369 just ahead of him, the Prosciutto Punch Racing team in the Porsche, and they look like they may be carrying a little bit of damage on that front bumper as well. This 323 car definitely feeling like this is an opportunity to get ahead, but you have to wait and see when the Wrong Stuff Black is still leading the way by quite a significant margin in the GT3 field by 14 seconds, which is a pretty impressive margin, it has to be said. Maradna's Yellow in second. I'd like to get a shot of that 57 just to see how fast they are actually going at the moment.
Yeah,
Maradna's Sapphire still leading in the LMP2.
Yeah, because out of all the three classes, the GT3, Wrong Stuff Black, they're way ahead of everyone. So early on, they're the favorites.
So trying to figure out, I have a slight suspicion that is an LMP2. You know, Bobby, they're doing 137s. Yes, it is. It's an LMP2, so we apologise. I thought for a second that yes, 14 seconds in the space of that time is not ideal. Oh my word, this is incredible stuff. Everyone trying to get through that Porsche is absolutely concerned, I would suspect, as that is not a nice thing to see in your mirrors. We're trying to get that fixed. It is Maradna's Yellow who leads in GT3. I thought that was a little bit odd, that 14 seconds in the space of 11, 16 minutes. That's almost a second a minute. That's incredible. But all of this fizzling itself out. That 57, I believe, was a GT3. It's Aubrey Kundal was a GT3 last time out, but not a GT3 now, has switched to LMP2, but obviously all of the overrides and things haven't quite been updated to reflect that. So that's explaining that this time this is Ishleman trying to go down the inside, won't be able to find a move on the 86 just yet. Bear in mind that with that 98 just ahead of them, this will turn into a battle for the podium a little bit later on into the race. Just needs to get through at this stage, not quite able to find his way through though. And this is really proper 4-hour endurance racing, isn't it? You want to make the move, you need to be mindful that it is for endurance standards essentially a sprint, but you also don't want to be too aggressive. You've got to wait out that that bad ball, as it were. Go down the inside, he goes 92, just not quite able to find the space and the momentum, but on the inside now with the better exit, perhaps going to just try and sneak ahead up with chicane where this move is made. You would suspect still side by side with the 86 and this 92 car just about gets ahead, and that is a wonderful move from Ishleman. Still going to have to brake later down the inside though. This is not going to be easy for him to do so, as the 86 has to back out of it because he's just touched the grass on the outside and it's forced the car to almost spin around in him. He's lost about a second and a half there. That gives the 92 a little bit of breathing room to chase after this podium now.
For a while there, you couldn't fit a piece of paper between those two. Woohoo! That was good. That was getting pretty dicey there. But now, like you said, about a second and a half between the two cars, and now the 92 is trying to catch up to the 98 of the Metamorphosis.
Yes, absolutely. That 92 is going to have a great deal of time to do that. 1.1 seconds isn't a great margin to catch up in endurance racing. Once that traffic starts to become a factor once again as the field spreads out, that will definitely be an interesting battle to keep an eye on. Here's the 3-2-3 of Alberto Fiore, still trying to go on this sort of comeback trail that he's working on at the moment. Next up is the Mercedes, the Buttkicker Motorsport Brigantia, the 2, 8 and 9. They've named all of their cars after, I believe, we discussed this last time out, it was gods of some description and demigods. And obviously that's a Brigantia side in the 2, 8, 9. Coming under a little bit of pressure from this natural Turner Porfia racing team. Haven't quite got such interesting naming conventions, but certainly have got the pace to compete with this Prismatic team, are definitely cementing themselves with this LMP2 now of Robin Summer in the number 59. Certainly cementing themselves as a mainstay in this series. There is a battle further ahead, you can see there, between the GT3 and the GT4. As I'm hearing, this LMP2 is battling for position with these cars, because actually a lap down, an issue earlier on in the race. We did see one of the LMP2s have an issue. It must have been this car. It wasn't it? Off of lap 1, they spun around, towed to the pits, and now trying to get back up into the LMP2 contention, having to scythe its way through all of these GT3 and GT4 cars for position, which is frustrating as an LMP2 driver.
Correct, because like you said, this was one of the cars. I believe going into the inner loop, this on the opening lap, this was one of the cars that spun out, and now they're trying to work through the field, and there's still over 3 hours left, so anything can happen. Let's see if they can come back up and catch up to the rest of the LMP2s.
Yes, that's another penny in the old jar of anything can happen in an endurance race. Maybe we'll be rich by the end of this season. Instead of 59 making up positions and positions. I think probably winning the positions gain championship in this race. So there's at least that, you can say. What made up 32 positions in the space of a race? Well, 30 positions take away the 7 for the LMP2 field. But plenty of time for them to get back into this one. It is, again, to use another endurance racing cliche, it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint. You wouldn't think that watching the 3-2-3 battling here. Still looking for a move on the inside, perhaps. There's going to be some GT4 positions to try and interrupt this battle. Goes to the inside once more, getting through on the GT4. This is so difficult, and they're able to be so aggressive in this league, which is what I like.
For sure, and depending on when you gain or when you reach these GT4 cars, or the GT3 if you're a prototype, it can be an advantage or a disadvantage. And right there for Alberto Fiore, that was a bit of a hindrance going into the last turn on the main straight. Yes,
is down the inside once again, trying to go on that Aston Martin. My word, they're so aggressive in this league. In endurance leagues I've raced in, that is going to end in an accident every single time, as there's actually a battle for the lead in GT4. It's the two Sapphire Simsport cars going side by side. Here they are in GT4. It's going to be the 493, the Delta car, that's just about able to stay ahead, and perhaps going to stay ahead permanently now. Able to hold on to that position, but it's so close. The gloves are off at Sapphire Simsport, that's for certain. There's no team orders there, as there were between the 70 and the 33. Of course, this is the penultimate round of the season. We go to Sebring next, which will be an extra interesting race, because that one is 6 hours long. So waiting to hear about that one. That's going to be interesting.
Woo-wee, 6 hours. That one you really have to play the long game. And now the GT4s are getting lapped again by the prototype leader, Maradna Sapphire. And now both of them are through. And it's still hard racing here by the GT4 drivers. Simport Delta and Simport Bravo. They're not getting an inch so far. And now we go through turn 9. We are with Rutherford driving for Midwest.
Yes, did just get past Roxy Gibson in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena. So waited on the move, was able to get the move, and can now press on in this race and try and build a little bit of a gap again. It's about biding your time, making sure that you take essentially each lap for its worth, and then take the opportunities when they arrive for you. It's only 4 tenths per second for the LMP2 lead. Keep an eye on that, though I don't think those two cars are particularly racy. There must have been an accident or something, not full-on accident, but like a little moment for the number 70, because they were well and truly by like a second and a half, I think, in the lead. Now it's only down to he's only down to 0.4, so 4 tenths per second. That'll be interesting. More battles as well through LMP2. 4 tenths between third and fourth, and then a third for 3 tenths back to fifth. Here is that battle. You can see the Sapphire Simsport Charlie, the sole Sapphire Simsport LMP2 car, trying to hold on to this podium. Won't come easily to them. 23 seconds, by the way. This is proving how far ahead the Maradna's cars are.
Oh,
they're able to pull a 23-second gap.
Yeah, 23 seconds. Woo! And they really are the cars to beat today. Meanwhile, yeah, so they're going through the inner loop, now to the outer loop. And so far, Simport Charlie is holding on to that final podium spot.
Well, they've been the cars to beat all season, I think, and certainly the cars that are going to try and win this. Oh, there's a spinner. We've got a spinner who I can't quite catch who it is. I think it might be the Wrong Stuff UK car.
And what
It's Shut Up and Drive It.
Oh my goodness!
Apparently there's been a punt as well. Let's have a look at the replay. So here is what's happened. Look at the 92, went down the inside. There is the GT3 who spun down the inside. He goes. That's all clean. And then further a punt. He's into the wall in that number 92. So it's a totally isolated accident.
Oh, it was. Yeah,
that's the sister car as well.
Just all at once, and it was like it looked like it was an accordion effect because like they're slowing down for the BMW on the inside, and then
dear, that's the third accident. That's the third isolated accident as well. Is well, technically not isolated, as it was a result of, but it was certainly after the fact. So absolute madness for the time being, and a few cars into the pits. That's going to give Vaporworks a chance to get up into a podium. 86 now challenged by the 98, and the Wrong Stuff Black is into the pit lane, the number 57. As they started well and truly at the back of the LMP2 field. Sapphire Simsport Charlie will surely be into the pits as well, with of course all of those incidents. But now this, as I said, turns into a battle for the podium positions, and I think this Metamorphosis car is going to take any opportunity they can get. The Mercedes has to jump out the way practically, as I think there the number 98 was just like, well, I'm coming through, and you've got no choice but to let me through, otherwise there's going to be a slight issue there. But 0.4 of a second is the gap, and we'll keep an eye on that. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, in GT3 for the Mirandish Yellow, 1:43.0, so they are still extending their lead. It is 14 seconds at the head of the field after 18 laps, and well, they don't need to be in LMP2 to do that.
Yeah, and massive heartbreak for Simport Bravo, because they were running, both cars were running 1 and 2 before that incident happened in the tow. I guess it was one of those instances where it was just a heat of the moment. You want to quickly correct that car into the right position, but unfortunately, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time when he backed up that car.
Yeah, definitely the wrong place at the wrong time. Here's the Shut Up and Drive It, trying to get past that 377. This is for 6th position in the GT3 category. Once we can find our way through the trees, that is now we might think about going down the inside. Won't do so, won't have the momentum at this occasion. Look at how much curve they're taking as well through this particular corner. It's quite spectacular, trying to find any way he can through, but at the moment just biding his time. I think still you can see actually it's between an AM and a pro car, the blue and red number plate signifying the different class. Here's a bump draft between Justin Hall and the 334. Might think about a move down the inside, doesn't quite in the end. And well, that was certainly a little bit close between the two of them. I think closer than either of them would have perhaps liked.
Oh, for sure, especially going into that inner loop. Oof, man, you gotta be so careful, precise when you hit those curbs.
Yes, absolutely. As now 86 goes down the inside, trying to clear a load of the GT3's. First pit stop of the day comes 27 minutes into the race for the Miranda Sapphire. We're just about on the window with the sort of slighter fuel tank, or the shorter fuel tank, smaller fuel tank, that's the word I was looking for. 27 minutes is about right. 4 to 5 stops for the 6 to 7 stops even the LMP2s. 32 laps throughout the course of the race, and it's only 80% fuel, so that is why they pit so early into this race. 29-30 minutes seems to perhaps be right on the bubble. 86 into the pits as well. Here is one of the GT3s having a battle, two of the GT3s having a battle. 378 and 377 around the outside goes that Rabbit Chase car. Now going to have to defend against the 296. Let's see what the Shut Up and Drive It G2 can do. Going to get the slipstream, but I don't think quite having the straight line speed with the headlights ablaze on that Porsche. They might go 3 wide here, as there's the BMW looking to the inside on his BMW counterpart. Down the inside into the chicane is probably the safest move to make on this circuit, and able to get it before the corner even starts. He's just merged under the braking zone there, Bobby.
Oh, for sure. And so far they're handling themselves pretty well, but now they have to worry about a prototype coming up. Let's see now, because we're coming into Apologies here from the shoot. And now it seems like now the 98 is able to manage through the GT3 cars relatively uneventful. And so now you got Joshua Benjamin holding off for P5.
See there on your timing tower the manufacturers that are in this league. You've got Porsche leading the way at 1 and 2 in GT3. Lots of BMWs as well. It seems to actually be in the top 10. Only BMW and Porsche, so it's a Germans all around. But there in GT4, it seems to be a split between Astons and Mercedes, whereas of course LMP2 is single make field in iRacing of Delaris. It's Miranda's Green into the pits now in the 33, so we expect the Sapphire squad as well as the Metamorphosis are going to go into the pits, but we expect the Sapphire squad to retake their lead of the race. But is it perhaps a little bit of a concern for the number 70 that their teammates are able to go a lap longer here and almost exactly onto 30 minutes?
I'd say so, because this is Miranda Sapphire and Miranda's Green. Because they were behind, I think they might have been saving some fuel. Playing. Ooh.
They were saving the fuel, but now look at this. The Miranda Sapphire, 2.9 seconds. They've absolutely got a massive jump over their teammates. 3 seconds. So obviously something must have happened in the pit cycle. They've taken in either more fuel or in the number 33, which is odd because they were fuel saving. You were right, Bobby. I saw them lifting off whenever they were in the slipstream of their teammate. Plus, they had their teammate punching the hair. As it seemed to be that they were stopping for a second and a half longer, which is an interesting development in this race. 3.4 seconds now, essentially for the time being, gives not the race win forever to Miranda Sapphire, but it certainly ups their chances.
Definitely, it's going to help them here now, because now you got a bigger gap. You got to worry about traffic in between the two cars, and probably Miranda's Green is hoping, depending on where they catch the slower traffic, it might help them a little bit, but they have to time it just right.
Yes, absolutely. People still going wide, and basically every corner they can get away with on this circuit. It's one of those things that you just have to get away with. You watch NASCAR, they do that. There is the race leader. Will lose a bit of time here trying to get his way through these GT3 cars, as they are all battling for position, so probably not making himself the most popular. But that might give actually this Porsche a little bit of an opportunity to get up into 6th position. It's the Natural Surla Porfa versus the Shut Up and Drive It. The Shut Up and Drive It on the inside, going to get down the inside, and there is Diego Era getting overtaken and down into 7th position. But for how long, as it gets a better exit, clearly bumps his way through as well, just a little bit. And actually, I think it's going to hold on to this position just about. The Porsche still on the inside, gets the shorter run though, and now it's all going to be about what they can do through into this chicane. Alongside they go. The Porsche on the outside is going to, in the end, get the position.
Now to the inner loop, the BMW will have the hold place. Ooh, the Porsche did not get a good exit heading into the outer loop. Let's see if the BMW can get a good run on this, to the chute. For the moment,
BMW went a little bit deep, Bobby, I think, and just not quite able to carry the speed through the corner. Still going. There's will be joining us on commentary in a little bit, saying that the 33's pit lane total time is 3.8 seconds longer, so suggesting that actually the 70 attacked the pit lane a little bit harder. Gaining time is that Miranda's Green, by the way. 1.3 seconds that gap, so gain about a second and a half on the previous lap, or yes, about a second and a half. That's about right. So that's a huge development, though. Perhaps just a little bit of GT3 traffic. We know that the 70 was struggling, and now it's 2.1 seconds the gap goes back to the suggestion that yes, certainly GT3 traffic. These two still, well, I'd say inseparable, but that Porsche seems to, with that GT4 getting in between the two of them, seems to be able to gain a little bit of an advantage over this BMW.
Yep. It's going to be all about how you enter the turn with the track in front of you, because if they're right in front of you and you can't overtake, you're going to lose a second, maybe a second and a half at worst case scenario. Because what I'm seeing is through Miranda's Sapphire, Miranda's Green, depending on where the traffic is, it's hindering Sapphire temporarily. But then when Green catches up to that same car, whether it be GT3 or GT4, it negates all that time that they made up. Because right now, it was at one point, it was 1.7. Now it's heading at around 2.4, 2.5. Traffic's the name of the game.
Yes, traffic is the name of the game. Absolutely. So 34 minutes into this race. We've got another hour and a half before half distance, so still early days just yet. This is a battle between two more GT3 cars. This time it's the Valhalla versus the Natural Solar Portia racing team. Still only BMWs and Porsches at the top of this field, which I think is absolutely unbelievable. Very interesting indeed, the fact that those cars seem to clearly have the advantage here. They're very fast in a straight line to my limited GT3 knowledge, both of these cars, so that might be a factor. But look at this, so close. That Valhalla might just opt to defend as best he can from the Solar Portia, because I think that gives him the best opportunity to attack the 283 ahead. Though there's also an argument to say he could let him through and then attack further ahead, particularly with this GT4 traffic. They could sort of work together. It's all about race management at this stage, and that actually is going to open up a little bit of an opportunity for the Porsche, perhaps, who can't quite pull alongside. GT4 traffic still a massive factor here. That Mercedes just getting in their way and probably frustrating the driver of this Valhalla car and the driver of the Solar Portia Porsche behind. Frustrating stuff, but is there going to be a move down into turn one, Bobby?
Right now, because it's about 4 or 5 car length, I don't think he's going to have, unless he does a dive bomb here, which thankfully he does not. Yeah, he's not, but he will get the draft heading into the inner loop once we get past turns 2 and 3. Let's see what the Porsche does. The 323. Let's see, you got to time it just right. Get right off this exit, so he might get the inside, which he does. BMW.
Fascinating. Carry on, Bobby.
Oh, thank you, sorry. And, so yeah, the BMW will let him go through the inner loop, down to the exit, into the outer loop, and I think that Porsche has got that position for now.
Yes, absolutely. And a question for you, Bobby, as we see a battle in the GT4. Do you think that wrong stuff are going to start to really attack this lead?
I think, why not? If you got the momentum, go for it. Ooh, for a moment there, I thought they were going to go 3 wide through the toe. And, but yeah, if you got the momentum, go for it. Don't get held up. Because the longer you're behind this car, you're going to lose position. And it's going to hurt you in the long run.
Yes, absolutely. So it's Miranda Sciello in the lead and into the pit lane on the GT3, in the GT3 field. As LMP2s still scything their way through these GT3s. And we'll wait and see what happens there. So Miranda Sciello into the pits in the Porsche. We'll see how long their pit time is. The question is all going to be the issues are all going to be about how long they spend in the pit lane, how whether they take tyres or not.
It's definitely, but I think at this point you might not want to do tires because it takes about 40 seconds or so based on my experience with racing in the GT3 cars. At this point, just go maybe a splash of fuel. Maybe the halfway point is when I would be going for tires.
Yes, I'd probably agree with that one. If you can triple stint, do triple stint, but obviously it's all about what the driver in the car feels. That's the most important thing, is they're the person that's going to put it into the wall if they're not happy, or to be not intentionally. As the Sapphire Simsport Delta's got into the lead, or stayed in the lead in GT4, having a battle with the wrong stuff pick. And, well, look further forward, Valhalla Motorsports in 8th position in GT3. Rather lonely moment for them at the moment. 2 seconds to the car ahead, 2 seconds to the car behind. Just a little bit of no man's land, really. Not no man's land for this 324, trying to attack the Prosciutto 369. It's about 4/10 of a second between the two of these cars, and you can sense that Porsche might just have the better pace here, even if he is perhaps, I want to say, carrying a little bit of damage on the front of that car. It certainly looks slightly crumpled, though with the way liveries are in sim racing nowadays, I can't tell whether that's an intentional aesthetic or like he has actually hit the wall.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that out myself as well, because at least from visually, it looks like there might be damage, but I think, because the way that it's slanted more to the inside, I think there might be some slight damage on the 324 for Augustin Galetto.
Yeah, I'm sort of leaning that way myself, as we pointed out a little bit earlier on in the race. I'm not too sure, though. We'll keep an eye on it as this develops. There might be a little bit of damage as well, actually, on the Oh yes, so the damage on 364, 324 certainly. Damage on 369 as well. I'm suggesting, but yes, now you've pointed that out, I can see the damage on the BMW. By the way, if you can see just a little bit of of whatever, you can see that there's actually in the windshield. He's got a very interesting helmet there with some googly eyes, which is. I'm not sure whether that's an asset book or whether that is actually the Halloween-themed helmet, which is about a month out of date, but it looks quite nice.
Oh man, it's already been past a month of Halloween. Time flies fast. But I gotta say, props to the helmet. I'll give 10 points for that.
Yes, though I'm looking at it. I'm not sure whether it is intentional or not. There we go. Wonderful. But here we go. We'll continue on. Maybe it's giving him extra two pairs of eyes, 4 eyes, 2 pairs. It's maybe allowing him to be a little bit quicker, so we can see more. That's 57. Oh my word! The 57 almost lost the car. The wrong stuff black, doing very well to hold on to that.
Ooh man. Oop, and looks like we moving on up in the field. We got P5 for the GT3 class. Ooh, heavy traffic here as we go into turn 9. This is definitely not the part you want to mess up on. Now go.
Sorry, well, you don't want to mess up on any part of this circuit, particularly when there's GT4 traffic. My word, that is close between the 283 and that Aston Martin GT4 is now the 323 is going to try and have a little bit of a look here at their fellow Porsche. Roxy Gibson going to try and hold on to this position the best that she can. I'm not too sure that it's going to be any doing there, though, and the 323 holds behind.
For now, at the moment. But now P7, they're going to get the draft. Oop, depends on what the 57 of this prototype's going to do. He's holding his line. He's going to pass on the high side. The 323 is definitely going to get a run, but definitely not enough to get to pass as we get to the inner loop. Maintaining positions right now. Now to the exit. Ooh, the Porsche. The 283 is having trouble, and now the 323 is capitalizing on that mistake. Trying to go on the inside. Now to the outside for the shoot. And the 283 of Roxy maintains the position. And if anything, they're gaining on the BMW up front.
Yeah, certainly, which is very interesting. That slipstream obviously playing a factor there, as you can see, equally as an interesting helmet from the BMW, who's also carrying a little bit of damage just on that bumper, just a little bit of upturned carbon fibre. I'm assuming these cars are made out of carbon fibre, by the way. I don't know that for a fact. I think these cars are nowadays, aren't they? But anyway, it's clearly not affecting the BMW's performance that much, as well, it seems to be on most of the BMWs. Obviously a very common piece of damage, to the point that it might as well just be part of the car at this stage. It's the Porsche. I know what you mean. He is catching a great deal to that BMW. If it weren't for the Aston Martin, I think he might have actually found a way through. Here we go. That was almost so close. There's that other Porsche is trying to get his way sailing around the outside. I think if I was a Mercedes, I apologise, not an Aston Martin. They do look very similar, the two GT4 cars. But, well, I think he was probably a little bit, what's the word? He was a little bit intimidated there.
Just a bit. And speaking of intimidation, if you notice in the BMW up front, the one in the brown and the white paint scheme, that one's wearing a Jigsaw helmet. So speaking of Halloween.
Yeah, that's what I was on about the Jigsaw helmet. Very interesting. Well, let's see if he can fit into the puzzle that is this particular battle. And well, the 283 gets through. I do give my apology to the viewers for that line. It works in my head, as Jellyfish Sale says, go TWS. Well, thank you for putting all of your support in chat, and I'm sure it helps the team. That's the Wrong Stuff Racing, I'm assuming. They're currently sitting last in GT4, second from last in LMP2, and well, I'm not doing them too great justice, am I? They've had a very difficult race today, but still plenty of time to get back into, which is only just about 15 minutes away from the first hour here in this race. We see one of the Aston Martins trying to attack the other Aston Martin. 493 versus 431 around the outside. Mercedes for company as well in the GT3 category. Will probably try what he can to avoid getting involved in this. That's 33. It's the wall. That is colossal, because that's his second place. Hits him. Oh my word! It's happened again. Almost no one flipping this time. But well, that two Aston Martins still battling. 493 down the inside. He goes trying to get ahead. into first position, battle for the lead in GT4. 32 he snaps around and he's just held onto the car. This is unbelievable stuff. 43 minutes into this race, and it's absolutely incredible racing between the lot of them. That 33 is sailing off into the distance. The other Miranda's car is able to slot into place, and the 431 holds on to the lead of the race. My word, that was unbelievable.
My heart skipped a beat when I saw the number 33 from the LMP2. I wonder what happened with the Miranda's Green, because for the moment, for a while, they were hanging within about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds back from the leader. But here we go. Behnke said, "Oh, the back end just kicked out. I guess they were on the throttle way too early." Oh, and then it's just, oh my goodness.
As the innocent bystander in that lobby is that was one of these prismatic motorsports cars into the wall. Not too sure which one it was. I can't see anyone tumbling down the order, but certainly going to, here we go. It was Lilac Zaya into the wall. No, I might have been, yes, a different name on the override than on the on my iRacing screen here, but it's the Prismatic Motorsports Regantia. Either way, 289 into the pits with damage, no doubt. That 33, by the way, is kept on going. So actually, despite being in the car that was the cause of all that carnage, is able to hold on. And certainly no penalty coming their way, I would suggest, that because simply not their fault. Well, it was their fault, but not their fault, if you know what I mean.
It's half is, and like I understand you want to get back into it, and but at the same time, one of the GT3s, I forgot who it was, my apologies, was trying to lap the two GT4 leaders, and it was just wrong price, wrong time, as we've seen before. And the GT3 leader is in the pit.
That's Ricardo Serrano, the Mexican, who's well, doing a very good job in that GT3 car at the moment. This is well, really the first pit stop of the GT3s, isn't it? As we did see the original leader go into the pits, and that's the Miranda's yellow car, who's now going to retake their lead, almost certainly. We'll wait and see. Actually, no, I don't think they have. They've gone into third position, so that's disappointment for the Miranda's yellow. They must have had an incident that we didn't pick up on. I thought that because it was 80% fuel, that potentially about 30 minutes in, that maybe they might, oh, that would be 50%, but it was about 35-40 minutes, wasn't it? So about 10 minutes ago that they came into the pit. So I was thinking maybe that was a planned stop, but obviously not. This Miranda's yellow car has lost the lead of the race, and we can say that now for a fact. There's obviously been an incident.
I think, if I remember correctly, this was the car that was involved in the exit of the tow with that prototype and one of the GT3 cars when they went 4 wide. I believe this was Ryan, because he was on the outside trying to pass, and when that pink Porsche went into the grass. So because if you notice, he's got that damage on the front of the wing. I'm sorry, the front of the car, front of the nose. And it's just not going to help matters, especially down the straight for top speed.
Yes, there's another thing I want to point out while we're here is that instant limits are a massive factor in this race. So going wide is Ryan Kerr. 15 times an incident limit is a drive-through, so a lot of these guys were picking that up. Here is Jesus Coloneri in the 395, the Argentinian, just getting a snap on. And oh dear, that's got to be a wheel disconnect, I think, because the car, whilst it would snap like that, it seemed to straighten up and go straight into the wall.
Yeah, because it's usually not a spot to where you would lose handling of the car. So like you said, it may be a wheel disconnect.
He caught the car in the middle of the corner, which is nothing too untoward, but then he just sort of was unable to, anyway, he was just straightened up. Here's Eric Rodriguez, certainly winning the best beard on the grid championship that we started in round 1. I think Eric Rodriguez takes the cake on that one. That's an impressive number, and we'll see if he can be just as impressive on track, trying to attack the 351 now. This is again Porsche versus BMW, when isn't it, in this GT3 field? And you can't quite find a way through at the moment, but certainly going to have to wait for turn 1 perhaps. Then of course the loop as well is a huge overtaking opportunity. Can he get that straight line speed here? If I were the drivers, I'd probably throw caution to the wind and take as much wing off as possible around this circuit, because it seems that slipstream and just in general the straight line speed is huge.
That you are correct. And as we have the 70, the prototype leader, going through both of these cars, and now the blue Porsche, the 369, is gonna try to make a move. It's definitely got the draft. Thinking on possibly going on into the inner loop. They'll be side by side, and the BMW will close the door.
Smart driving from the BMW, and probably nothing over the top there. Just smart, hard defence. As Eric Rodriguez might be feeling a little bit frustrated, as the second you start to feel that you're slightly hard done by, as Schutterman driver A2 goes into the pit, the 327, that's one of the Porsches. Second you start to feel a little bit hard done by, then you start to get a little bit more aggressive, as this might be pointing case here down the inside. Can't quite draw alongside on board with the Porsche. Need to think quite yet. He goes for a little bit of a switchback. Not really. It's more looking to the inside into the next corner. On board now with this BMW, Franco Zitelli. Down the inside goes the Porsche once more. Can't find a way through yet. He's flickering of the light. Everything was flashing there. I think the light's just flickering naturally in this camera. Wonderful lighting system on iRacing, it has to be said. Now it's really the opportunity to attack perhaps down the inside. He is going to draw alongside, but not alongside enough. And this is where it starts to get a little bit frustrating for this number 351 and the 369 for that matter, as he just can't find his way through. The 369 can't. 351 will just want him away.
Meanwhile, we have a position. This is a battle for third place. Ooh, BMW of Zach trying to hold off the Porsche from behind. The 233 going into the inner loop. Can the BMW keep that momentum now that we got the GT4 up ahead? Ooh, he did lose some momentum. And now the Porsche trying to capitalize, but the GT4 was right there. Right now, this is the battle for third, making the inside, and the 233 completes the pass, going in, heading into the toe.
Yes, absolutely incredible move from, well, not incredible move, but a good move from the 233. Let's not give incredible status to pretty simple moves. Certainly not easy to pull off, or put it that way. This time it's 3 wide between 3 of the classes. That is, wow, that's incredible. I have to say, yeah, I love insurance racing and stuff like that. And to be fair, Nathan Olsen is a braver man than me, because despite showing that he is in fact human, with a slight mistake for getting to pit last race, his actual driving and traffic management, we've ridden on board with him quite a few times, is absolutely second to none. I would not be going 3 wide under any circumstances with a 16-second lead. It's certainly difficult, but now Eric Rodriguez down the inside can't quite find a way through. He's going to perhaps get a little bit of a better exit, can't quite do so just yet, but yes, down the inside once again, still staying behind, but Nathan Olsen, his traffic management is absolutely superb. He is honestly one of the best drivers I've ever seen in traffic on a racing simulator.
So far, and I noticed with Eric, especially through the toe, because he has such a momentum throughout most of these turns. The problem is he's turning it in way too much, at least from what I see, and that's scrubbing so much speed. Otherwise, I think he would be past the 12th position right now. He would be in 12th place right now. Now they're going to be side by side, turn 2 and 3. My apologies.
No, that's absolutely okay. As 369 is able to get through, and well, that's about as simple as you like. Eric Rodriguez drove very well there, actually. Didn't get hot-headed. I would have done so, perhaps, if someone closed the door on me. It wasn't anything wrong with it, but when you have someone driving aggressively and you start to think, oh, actually, I should be more aggressive myself. No, he's waited, bided his time, and Eric Rodriguez is able to get through and stay now in 12th position. You would think 4/10 of a second. Goal now as, oh dear, there's been an incident. This is Wayne Castile in the number 33. It's not happened again, has it? Let's see what happened. Has he gone into the grass once more? He has. And the outside. Oh, he's just misjudged his turning. He's misjudged his turning. That is a mighty hit into the tyre barriers on the outside of that corner with the rear of the car as well. Let's have a different angle on board from Wayne Castile. What happened here then, Bobby? Talk us through it.
Well, let's see. From this onboard, a little slight misjudge to the turn, but it seems that the green BMW, the GT3 car, made contact with the GT4, and that unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time for Maradness Green. And now it just went from bad to worse, from 16 seconds back to now 27 seconds back.
And perhaps even going to find himself under pressure from the Metamorphosis car at something, as here is the move that we saw with Eric Rodriguez. He did get past. We did see this move on stream,
Yep.
thankfully.
Yep.
But there we go, the replay of it. We can see it twice. Better than once. It was a good move. So I don't mind seeing that twice. But anyway, we'll continue on this race. I think now I also apologise to Watkins Glen because I thought that was his fault from the external shot. Didn't quite see the contact. But yes, unfortunate for Watkins still. And into the bystander there and into the pits. He's going to have to repair that car. I haven't read anything about fast repairs. I know there were some in the previous race at the Nordschleife, but I can't see in our race notes whether there are any for this race. If there are, certainly Behnke is still going to be using one of those. And to be fair, it's not a disaster. This is about on the pit window for the LMP2s anyway, because we see Roxy Gibson trying to hold off the 323. This battle's been going on for a little bit of a while now. That 323 certainly looking a little bit more racy than before. Maybe thinking about going down the inside. Won't quite do so at this opportunity. Has to wait 2 fast repairs. By the way, in the meantime, I'm being told by Randall McGrew, who will join us in about 5 minutes' time if plans haven't changed. There's a BMW onto the grass. That's going to be a chance for both of these sides to gain a free position. Wow, that's as easy as you like. Take this all day the week, Bobby.
Oh my goodness, that is definitely one way. Oh, and meanwhile, the second to last turn for Alberto Fiore going to P4. Man, these last few turns have been exciting.
Well, they certainly have. And 323 is through into 4th position now. Can chase after the MIA WSL Endurance team in the other Porsche, the 233, to try and attack. It's the 323. I think I was saying 3. No, I was saying 323. Never mind. But continuing.
Too many
on.
threes.
The too many threes. It's confusing me. Is now trying to attack the MIA car, no doubt. But it's got once again the Prismatic Motorsports Athena to try and defend from. So absolutely enthralling battling in the first 55 minutes of this race. You wouldn't think that we've still got 3 hours to go. The way that they've been basically pack racing here, and look at this camera angle, absolutely unbelievable as they go through there. The speed is incredible. I think they'll be reaching about 160 through there, most likely. Maybe not quite that, maybe 130, 140 this time through the GT4 traffic as well. Battle for 9th position in GT4.
Here we go. We have Diego Ari, GPVA Racing Team. Oop. I don't know if that was ahead, but I just heard a car in the wall. Sound like, but okay. Yeah. Can't see anything, but... So now we're going into the tow. Diego's trying to catch up and try to move on and dance to the 9th position from Valhalla Motorsports. Heading into turn 8, the heel. At the moment, maintaining about 3 or 4 car length. Now we go into turn 9. As always, gotta be careful with this turn. Can't go on the throttle too early, otherwise you'd be spinning it. So you got a GT4 car ahead, another GT3, and now you got a prototype catching up. A little bit of traffic coming up as we conclude this lap.
Oh my word, that is very close, isn't it, between the GT4 and the GT3. The very, very lucky 377 of Diego Ari.
A little bit of flash of the lights there, I noticed.
Yes, that's well, I know I was complaining about that last time I was at the Nordschleife, but I think that's just about justified there. If you are annoyed, flash your lights, but don't go overboard. I don't like that. We covered that in a great extent in the last race, but well, Madness Sapphire Simsport, I apologise. The number 92 is into the pits in LMP2. There's another LMP2 trying to get down the inside. The 98 thought about it, and I think saw the light instead and just said, actually, I'll sit behind. Actually, all of the LMP2s now coming into the pits is Miranda Sapphire as well, so we expect everyone else into the pits as they filter around this get the 98, not leaving too much margin to the wall there. Very interesting indeed, as we see 377 still trying to attack this car ahead. And there's the number 25 around Empire Racing.
Yep,
into the wall. Difficult moment.
A little bit, had to back up, but unfortunately backed up a little bit too much. So let's see, just too much momentum on the on the exit, maybe on the throttle. Yep. Oof. Definitely
Sorry, Bobby, I was going to ask you, I find that interesting because these GT3 cars have got traction control. So what is it about them? I know you've presumably driven a few GT3 cars in your time. You have. What is it about them that makes it so that they...
We just had one of the GT4 cars taken out, and my apologies, but about the GT3 cars, it's all about throttle control. Even with the traction control that these cars have, it's just all, like I said, you just gotta feather that throttle a little bit. And especially another thing to factor in is certain turns. Like for instance, turn 9. It's just something about that turn where I don't know if it's just the way the track surfaces, but it's just very slick, especially on the exit. And then if you're not careful, if you're caught napping, their back end will kick out. But yeah, what we were saying from the replay, SimSport Bravo was hit, but I believe it was one of the GT3 cars.
Yes, well, Bobby, this has been your first broadcast on Slow Motion Broadcast. It's not quite over yet, as you've still got another hour to do a little bit later on, if I'm not mistaken. But you've been superb. As we're about to drag Randall into the booth. But closing thoughts from this first hour of the broadcast?
It's been very exciting, and it's been what a race to commentate for your first time. And but yeah, but again, thank you very much for helping me through with this. And again, shout out to Adam Thompson for giving me the opportunity to commentate, or giving me an opportunity to commentate my first ever race here for Slow Motion Broadcasting. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Bobby Ross. First time commentating. You did a very good job indeed. And well, now we'll drag in Randall McGrew whenever he's ready to interject. Randall, are you there, my friend?
Hey, I'm here, Tom. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great, Randall. How are you on this wonderful afternoon?
Well, wow. What a race to watch for the first hour. It's been very hectic.
It's been very hectic. It's well, I've heard, the only thing I've heard since our last broadcast is you've been getting up to some Euro Truck Simulator antics in the meanwhile in the cowboy hat.
Oh, this is American Truck Simulator.
Right.
We see a little bit of contact there.
My word, they can't let us talk about American Truck Simulator for 2 minutes, can they? We'll get a replay on that in a moment, but that's Roxy Gibson in the 283, and that is going to change that battle with the 323 as well, so we'll keep an eye on that in a moment. Another note from race control, there is no blue flag in endurance racing, no more comms requesting a driver yield regarding this. Thanks. Now there's the contact, it's just misjudged the speed through the corner.
It looks like just a bit of miscommunication there between GT4 and GT3 about which line the GT4 was going to take, and maybe a little bit of target fixation there from Roxy, and just tags the rear end. Looked like the GT4 was just starting to yield unexpectedly, just as Roxy was trying to make the move outside, and the miscommunication leads to a bit of contact. Not a lot of damage to either car, just some time loss in a position for Roxy.
Yes, absolutely. As now Bjorn Stance is trying to avoid that 33 car, but on the note of the no more blue flags in endurance racing, that's very much an American thing, because in WEC I am almost certain that LMP2 cars got the same class blue flags are a thing. So obviously it's the rule for the league, but I think in endurance racing as a whole, no blue flags is a little bit unfair. But anyway, we'll press on as back to your Euro Truck Simulator antics. Randall.
American Truck Simulator. The way God intended.
Essentially. But so I see you've been doing a bit of that in the last 3 weeks.
That's right, yeah. The American Truck Sim just came out with a new state, so we were doing some exploration of that. It's pretty cool. Had a lot of fun. Was trying to add some challenges to the game that aren't present by trying to drive without a GPS and things like that.
Absolutely, it sounds very interesting, and I have to say I'm going to order myself one of those cowboy hats. Looks very spectacular. Anyway, back to the race at hand. We can actually talk about the actions. First of all, that was the first brief moment that we've had. As I think actually it's been an incident for the Valor 213 falling down, lost about a second there to the shut up and drive. It lost the position as well. That's for 7th and 8th in GT3. So if there is a replay of that, because there was an incident, we'll no doubt bring that to you in a moment. I think as well I want to keep an eye on GT4 class, mainly because it's the only class where there's no cars within a second of each other, apart from LMP2 actually, but it's by far the most spread out class, I think is the point.
Yeah, and that's not a big surprise. They're the slowest class out here. They're going to be the most victim to traffic particularly in the form of bullying and getting their apexes taken from them, just because the faster classes are able to set up passes on them just about anywhere. So, and we've seen quite a few incidents involving those GT4s, self-spins, or having issues with the traffic itself. So, not a big surprise that that group is spread out. And it's probably for the better, though it's going to cause the other classes to not have as many clean laps, because you're just constantly going to be overtaking GT4s.
Yes, absolutely. And I would argue actually that whilst it hasn't really been a massive thing in this league, the LMP2 and the GT4, the difference between those two cars is almost, it's riding the line between too big of a difference, I would argue, but I think it's worked in this league, which is nice to see. There's not been too many major dramas, but it's certainly very, very different, those two cars. I think goes without saying. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo into the pits in the number 32, as are the Alpha car, their sister car, down in GT4. So I wonder whether that is, well, presumably the two of them coming in, it would be a scheduled pit stop, but we'll again keep an eye on that if they do fall down the order or have a particularly long stop. Losing a lap as well, Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo to the wrong stop of Pink in the lead of the race. Here's a battle in GT3. Down the inside goes the 327. That was to battle. That was not to battle, I apologise. That was to lap the Mercedes behind at 317. It's I say that though, I'm not too sure if that's correct. That's what it looked like on the timing tower, but then on the windshield it's saying a different thing. No, it isn't. It was a lap. There we go. It's 15. I couldn't see the one. Wonderful. My eyes doing me wonders this afternoon. But an hour and 5 minutes into the race, then not really the time you want to be getting lapped, I'd say.
Definitely not time you want to be that lap down. I can't recall if the 317 had an incident earlier in the race. I suspect that would be the case. Likely not due to pit cycling here. I do want to speak a little bit more about the blue flag. So in iRacing, according to the sporting code, the blue flag is informational only, and that's the way most leagues run it, especially in an endurance race. Mostly because there's not any way for the league admins to enforce any sort of blue flags. You can't see when cars are getting blue flags. You just kind of have to go off time to see if they're yielding the space. And so that's the reason most leagues and most races run. Just blue flag is an informational only. You have to find your own way around.
Yes, so that's a very good point, because I was thinking real life insurance racing wise, but of course you can't really manage it in iRacing. So once again, great to have you on, Randall, with your extensive knowledge of this sim that I unfortunately can't quite bring. I did win an MX5 race the other day, so realistically I'm on my way to the NASCAR series. This is a battle between the 376 and one of the Porsches. It's the Prosciutto Racing Team. 376 to the inside, going to just about have the line into the chicane, but the question is, can he just cut across in time? He can indeed. The Porsche will try and fight it, but that BMW is well ahead into the corner and gets ahead into 9th position. But I did have a question for you, Randall. Actually, I think what I was going to talk about is Justin Barrera, who we've got in for an interview. Justin, I love these interviews with you. How's it going?
It's decent. It could have been better if I qualified higher, but I screwed up my qualifying.
And I always forget that when you do these interviews, you actually are driving. How's the track out there?
Track's fine. Yeah, track feels great. I think it's fine. It feels decent. Even with the hotter temperature, I'm happy. At least my tune on the car is handling it well, in my opinion. Better than the other one I was going to possibly use.
In terms of your race as a whole, Justin, where do you see yourself finishing? What's your sort of target?
Trying to get past the Miranda's cars. Not kidding. Just trying not to get another 4X at this point, and try to keep it around the podium if possible. I'm at 11X, and I just, it's a big thing to keep it going fast and keep it out of the wall.
Yes, and well, you do a spectacular job, don't you, being able to talk and drive, as this is a bit of a difficult spot of traffic coming up with that GT3. Make sure not to take him out. So I'll pass it on to Randall. Have you got any questions for Justin?
So how's the traffic been behaving overall for you, Justin? Have you had any issues with it?
I know there's some good drivers here. I know there's some fair drivers. Most of the traffic's been okay, but there's been some times where certain GT drivers will move when you're coming up to them, like they're looking at you, and really that's a terrifying aspect because you're gonna go in one direction and then you have to back off immediately because they move, and you know that they moved because they saw you in their rear view mirror and reacted. Unfortunately, but it is what it is. I'm doing my best not to kill anybody as much as I can.
Well, that's certainly good to hear. So we'll let you go and get back to your race, and maybe we'll talk to you again here in a couple hours or in an hour or so.
Well, I figured I'd get. I don't know if you guys would be interested in another track run around the track again, like before. Obviously, I know you couldn't do Nürburgring, but because that's like a 7-minute, 8-minute track there. But,
You know what, I reckon we could turn this into a proper feature. We'll wait for you to get onto the pitch straight. Then we'll do a full on-board lap. You can talk us through it. That would be very interesting. And so turn it into a feature. But anyway.
what about you guys as commentators? How has the day been going for the rest of the broadcast and yourselves?
My word, how the tables turn. It's been amazing, hasn't it, Randall? I mean, you've only just joined us, but well, I've been enjoying it. A very interesting race, that's for certain. Lots of battles throughout the field, so I think we've been enjoying it.
Well, that sounds good.
That's right. The start was a little frantic, but things have seemed to have settled down now. Of course, once we go on board with you, I'm sure that'll trigger some sort of incident other places on the track. But
Yeah.
you're coming through that penultimate corner now, getting ready to set up for the last corner, and we'll try to get on board with you here and give you the control. Take us around Watkins Glen.
T1, you want to rotate the car as best you can, slow it down, try to get the rear to rotate into it to get a drive off it. Don't take too much curve or go too far left, you'll get a 1X. Stay to the right, slightly, go to the left. Keep it off the brim if possible. If you're defending, stay to your right. Otherwise, get over to the left. We're kind of up to the GT. We're going to fuel save. No reason to keep pushing it. Go through the bus stop. We got to go on the left side of this GT. He's pushing over, but we'll stay over to the left. Now we get back to the right. Slow down. Keep it to the left. Hit the apex as best you can. We're not going to make it probably before this GT, so we're going to slow down early. Transition ourselves to go into the corner on the right side instead of going wide. Get back over to the left. The usual brake is around between the two of these brake buckers. Get it turned in. Use all the runoff you can. Brake early for this corner. Get it turned in as soon as possible. Roll on the power slightly. Use all the curb. This should be a flat out, and usually you could use more curve than most people know. You go all the way over there. Early brake, early turn in, use it all, run it all the way out to the wall, and just flat out for a lap of Watkins Glen.
Always impressive to watch you go through traffic and commentate live while you're driving. Justin Barrera, always doing the solo job here, and you're going to be doing it solo again next round in Sebring for 6 hours, right?
Probably. I haven't thought if I would bring anybody in for it. I think I may just try to go 6 hours and see what happens.
All right. Well, we'll let you go for now and talk to you again in a little bit. Good luck to you.
Yep.
Well, that was Justin Barrera, the driver of the number 98. I find it incredible that he's able to do lap times. As here's a Brett Gray crash, Randall.
And it looks like just having some issues, some bad luck. I'm having some issues. It looks like maybe lost the rear end there, and yeah, I exited turn 1. It just has some issues. It's easy to get onto that curb. Oh, we see the Prismatic team Minerva has some contact with that. Appeared to be a GT3. Came by very quickly, and looks like the exit of the outer loop leading down to the turn-ins of the boot. Probably just some miscommunication there between the two drivers as the Minerva car stricken there on the left side of the track and can't get it back going again. Sorry, that was a GT3. Takes the outside there on the exit of the outer loop, and I don't really know who to put the blame on for that one. That was just two cars trying to go for the same piece of pavement, and it ends up in disaster.
They did just seem to converge there, didn't they? It didn't seem like it was obviously one person's fault. I'd say, by the letter of the law, you'd argue that if you had to put a side on it, you'd say that actually, well, because the car behind has got to be alert to a car making a move across the circuit in that nature. But realistically, it's about as racing incident like as you're going to get, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, just two cars going for the same piece of pavement. We saw Justin do in the live onboard lap. He made a very similar move on the outside of that turn there after the bus stop, and it's kind of a tricky proposition in my opinion because you're putting the onus on that car on the inside to know that you're there and to hold that line, and the GT cars just don't have as much grip and downforce to suddenly alter their trajectory mid-corner to take a tighter exit. So that's a dodgy proposition in my opinion, and I'm not surprised that we saw something like that happen with that kind of move.
377 down the inside, goes deep in the corner though, and that's going to allow both of these cars through, the BMW and the Porsche. This is going to be a three-wide battle. I think this is between the Prosciutto Racing team, the Rabbit Chase team, and I believe as well the GBA Natural Solar Perf. As here we go, it's going to be the Solar Perf team that is just a little bit further behind, going to concede this battle, but can that BMW and the Rabbit Chase get through on the Porsche and the 369? Around the outside he goes. This is going to be so close. Absolutely no longer made contact, and round goes the Porsche of the Prosciutto Bunch Racing team. I don't quite know if it's the one. Oh no, there goes the other car as well. It was a double trouble in this race between the BMWs. It was, first of all, it was the Rabbit Chase team made contact with the Porsche, and then it was the Natural Solar Perf team that made contact with the Rabbit Chase team. That's hilarious. Not for them.
The traffic definitely playing a role there again. That Aston Martin was they were coming up quickly on that Aston Martin as they entered the bus stop, and until we get a replay, it's going to be hard to tell who exactly was to blame for the incident there in the inner loop. But then it looks like maybe the GT4 was starting to surrender there on the outer loop, and things happen very quickly at a track like Watkins Glen, and that is a perfect illustration.
Yeah, difficult circuit, and well, sometimes cars could just get in, but basically converge into each other, as we've seen. But this is one of those things where you've just got to keep pressing on, haven't you, and keep going. And poor old Tim has just gone to grab a drink, as he's on for the next 4 hours, and he's going to come back, and he's going to see all of this. There we go, I can hear him in my ear, unlocking his door. Wow. He's going to wonder what on earth happened there. Here we go. He's got the replay up. Here's Eric Rodriguez, actually. Going down the inside. Did Rodriguez make any contact? He did. So this was obviously Eric Rodriguez who went round and into not the wall in the end. That was the replay of the incident we've just seen. Back to Diego Era. And, well, I think that's disappointing from all of them, to be honest with you. Just one of those things.
It's hard to apportion blame there because the cars, they were very much side by side, and nobody had a very clear advantage going into the corner. Though typically into a tight chicane like that, you would think that the car that has the initial inside line would have the corner, and if you're on the outside, you'd want to just yield the position out of an overabundance of caution. But in this case, he didn't. He didn't necessarily have to yield that line. I'm sure the stewards will be having a look at that one post-race, and it'll be interesting to see what the ruling is on that.
So we continue on then as this is the shut up and drive. It's the pink one going through into the final corner now, and I'm surprised that hasn't taken hostage more people than it has throughout the course of this race. That wall is so much closer than you anticipate it being when you come up to that corner. It's Bradley Alves in that car in the 296, the American. Many of these drivers are American. A few South Americans, a few Europeans as well. Of course, this is not at the usual absurd time that we have our league races for, at least for us British people, on slow motion broadcasting. This is going to develop into a little bit of a battle, though. There's the Mercedes, the Valhalla Motorsports, going to go to the inside. Bradley here going to have to probably give up the position. Through goes the BMW. I find it incredible how great a straight line speed the chasing car has from that slipstream. Is the fact to the point that they're able to get the move done before the corner, Randall.
And turn one's a medium speed corner. You still carry quite a bit of speed through it, even though you're on the brakes pretty heavy. And then you have the long run up through the S's. So everybody thinks that the slipstream really takes the biggest effect on the straight. But those S's, if you're following closely enough, you're getting a lot of momentum built up as you come up that hill. And then when you get to the top of the hill in that back straight, it's almost like you would see in DRS or in Formula One with DRS. It's just an extra boost. So all that momentum you've already built up, you're already near the bumper, and then you just use that little bit of extra to get around and make the move down the straightaway. We saw he got completely clear there of the Porsche before the bus stop. Sometimes they go in too wide, but if you're right on their gearbox coming out of turn one, you can get that move completed completely down the straightaway.
Yes, absolutely. Well, 80 minutes into this race, 1 hour and 20 on the clock. Miranda Sapphire lead the way by 28 seconds now from their teammates in the Miranda screen. They are looking pretty good to go through and win this entire championship, I would say. I'm not too sure. I don't believe they can wrap it up today heading into Sebring, but they certainly are looking good to take it into that final round and win it there. Their teammates in 33 are behind them, also 27 seconds after a few incidents, and I think the concern there is that Justin Barrera in the Metamorphosis car is 54 seconds behind despite all of the trials and tribulations of the 33. 134 he's just done across the line. He's right on pace with the Vaporworks just beside him. That's in the fourth position. As for the GT3s, it's Miranda's Yellow leading the way quite comfortably here as the pit stops have all sort of got back onto track in that category. 37 seconds they lead the way by. If you remember, they had a slightly early pit stop that forced them to lose a bit of time, but back into the lead now as everything is equalised once again. As for GT4, it's the Wrong Stuff Pink leading the way. Hasn't come easily to them. Sapphire Simsport Delta were once at the head of a 1-2 with the Sapphire Simsport Bravo. Of course, incidents for the Sapphire Simsport Bravo put them down the order, but now that Wrong Stuff Pink car has suddenly just found themselves in the lead.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting race back there in the GT4s, even if they are a bit spread out. Incidents have really shaken up the timing tower there. And I would like to kind of go back to Justin Barrera's onboard lap, if you don't mind. There was a couple things that he said during that lap that may be difficult for the viewer to decode. So some of the things he was talking about with traffic management, you could clearly tell he was thinking multiple corners ahead, which is something you really have to do. Like whenever he was coming up on a GT car, he was gauging if he was going to catch that car before the next corner or not, and deciding to fuel save or back out because he knew he wouldn't get there in time. The other thing that you saw him do was he set up to get a good run through corner exit. So coming through the toe of the boot, he was passing a GT3 car. He knew he wasn't going to catch him on entry, so he broke a little bit early, ran a little bit wider on entry, and set up for a tight exit. That way, the GT car was able to take the normal racing line, and he was able to make the overtake down the straightaway off corner exit, and that's exactly what you want to see out of your faster class drivers.
Yes, absolutely, and Justin Barrera is again a pretty decent LMP2 driver, isn't he? Here's a move from the 395, trying to get ahead of this Prosciutto Punch racing team who had those issues a little bit earlier on, going down the inside, able to get that move. Perhaps the momentum around the outside seems to be working for the 369, and perhaps working all the way around the outside, able to stay ahead and keep hold of that position even through the fast left-hander and down into the back end of this circuit. You can see all the grass being kicked up onto the track here through the final corner. Is there going to be a move down into turn one? The PPA racing team, GPVWA, GPVA I should say, looking to brake late as possible, but I think there's a little bit of rear wing damage as well on that car. That might have a little bit of an effect of how effective they are at making this move. Down the inside they go. Turn two, a very easy corner for those on the inside to get the better speed through there, and it looks like this BMW might have just held on to it despite looking pretty battered and bruised. It's going to go straight down into the braking zone though. I think has to stay behind. The Porsche has managed to hold on to it. Are they going to go side by side? No, I think they are. There's a little bit of a hint of a move, but in the end the BMW has to concede the position, and that rear wing can't be healthy.
Yeah, the damage on that car is definitely affecting its straight line speed. We saw that he made the move into turn 2, then through the S's, the 369 was able to pull back alongside, and then down the straightaway, that Porsche just blew the BMW's doors off. And then now they're side by side again. The 369 looks like it may be losing this position finally. The 395 gets the move done on the outside on turn entry through the toe of the boot. And now it looks like that 369 is going to be under pressure once again.
Yes, as it goes through one of the lapped cars, actually, one of the lapping cars, trying to get ahead. Of course, that Porsche has been in the wars all the way throughout this course of this race. And I say throughout the course of this race, most notably so in the last sort of 10 minutes or so. Here goes down the inside of 376. This is for 10th position in class, and he's able to just about get that move done. This is another one of the cars that was caught up in that incident a little bit earlier on. In fact, it was the instigator of the first incident, wasn't it? The Rabbit Chase Racing team, but back up into 9th position. I don't think they can really complain about that. Given the nature of this field, we've got well over 30 cars. I think it's 37 in total. It's very much the case of with these guys that any top 10 position in your class is a pretty decent position, I'd say.
And bringing it home in the top 10 for an endurance race is always a feat. Being able to finish an endurance race is typically a feat, especially on a track like Watkins Glen, where it has a bit of that Road Atlanta flavor, where there's always just a little bit of chaos. The speeds around this track are very high. It's very easy to get something wrong, and traffic will always play a huge role here.
Aubrey Gundle into the pits in the 57, ever so slightly early, perhaps by a couple of laps or so, but we'll wait and see what the other LMP2 runners can do. It's going to be a driver change as well, as Will Coffey jumps into that car. I want to say that's the first driver change we've seen in LMP2, but I could be wrong on that one. By the looks of it, I think it might just be Coffey into the car. Then Franco Zitelli is in as well, as is a 33 in the top of your picture, leaving well, his tyres on the road there more than anything. Wayne Castile as he goes into the pits. Hopefully he's getting those changed with the lockup down into pit entry. Knows that he has to attack, given how much his teammate gains on him in the first stint of this race, just purely from attacking. Pit entry is what we assumed. He's into the pits then anyway, and will presumably have a driver change, perhaps their Wayne Castile to his second guy, unless they want to run 2 hours and 2 hours, which would also be an equally as understandable route. But at the moment, it's only those two in LMP2 into the pits, as well as a few of the GT runners, both through both of those GT classes.
And we're seeing all three classes now are in the middle of the pit cycle, so we can see some pretty crazy things happen. So we're going to have different classes coming out of the pits in front of all different classes. So we're going to see a big shakeup here. We're going to have a lot of traffic, especially through the first half of the track. So now is the time to be super aware. If you have somebody helping you spot, or crew chief, you want to get in that driver's ear and say, all right, things are going to be a little frantic here. All the cars are pitting. We're going to have all sorts of crazy things coming out of pit lane. So when you're going through turn 1, keep your eyes right and see what's going to be coming out of the pit lane.
Yes, absolutely. So here's the Metamorphosis car then. 1 minute and 27 seconds behind is what it's saying on our live timing screen to the Miranda Sapphire. And actually, I do believe that. I thought for a second that was a bit much, but no, I do actually believe that, given that he was 50 seconds behind the second place car and is now up into second position. So he'll be feeling happy with second at the moment. Of course, still got to get ahead of Miranda's Green in the pit stops, which, given that Miranda's Green is 14 seconds behind, I don't think that's quite going to happen. But Metamorphosis, Justin Barrow still in with a chance of winning this race, you would say. It's a slim chance, and it would be probably the luckiest day of his life, but certainly something that he can set his sights on and sort of aspire to here. Here's a battle over last place for the wooden spoon in GT3. It's between Prismatic Motorsports, Behnke and Miranda's Black. If I'm not mistaken, two cars that have had incidents throughout the course of this race. As Miranda's Sapphire 70 is into the pits in the meantime. That's something again to keep your eyes on if you can. We'll see whether he is able to gain any time on Bobby Ross. I actually want to say he's back out of the pits again now because he went from, oh no, he for some reason went from the slow lane into the fast lane and then he's going to go back into his box. There's another car. It's Behnke 2 into the pits. The quad nationality, of tri-nationality driver of Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands, it looked like there. Eisenman into the pits and hoping to consolidate this P5 and perhaps even make up some positions towards the end of the race. Battle in GT3 between Fiore and, by the looks of it, this is a lapping car. Yes, I apologise. I quickly picked that up as I saw the thing is Rodriguez being lapped after his little incident early on. And Randall, when you've had an incident in a race, as we see an incident here actually with Donzelli, you can talk us through it.
Going through the corner here, it looks like just brings in a little too much speed, carrying a little too much brake while putting input into the wheel, and just loses the back end of it, spins on his own. And then a follow-up incident, this is like turn 1, just again, it sets up an inside move on that Porsche, carries just a little bit too much speed there, doesn't get it scrubbed off enough, and self-spins, rolls back into the runoff, only harming himself, so no real foul there. But yeah, maybe he's gotten those tires a little bit angry with some of those incidents and needs to back down just a little bit, bring those temperatures back down, and he'll find the grip come back to him.
Yes, and how would you recollect yourself after that incident? You know, get back into the rhythm. Something that I think is rather difficult for myself. Is it takes you a few laps to get back into it, but now how does he not only get back into it but also chase down this 4 seconds?
It's very difficult to do. This is where team racing is a big thing. If you have a teammate, if you have a good teammate particularly, that driver that's not in the car needs to get over the radio and just calm the driver down. Say, take a breath. Don't let one mistake become a bunch more mistakes. Back off a little bit, you know, open up your braking zones a little bit. Maybe try to save fuel for a lap or two. Let those tires cool down and find your rhythm again. Once you break that rhythm, it's very hard to get it going again. So if you go back and try to push just like you were before immediately, it's almost always going to lead to another incident.
Yes, absolutely. Here's Roxy Gibson, someone who's no stranger to unfortunate incidents in this race, and well, waiting to see what happens here. Are they able to catch back up at any reasonable margin? The 6th position is up next. It's the brandished yellow car who, by what I can tell, pit stops for them are a little bit out of sync. They are technically leading this race, but well, I think it's difficult. We're just going to have to wait and see. It's turned into one of those frustrating endurance races, you know, where you just have to see where everyone is with half an hour to go, aren't you?
It's definitely about survival. If you've ever raced a 6-hour race here, like the 6 hours at the Glen, or any of the regular endurance races, you know that Watkins Glen is always a bit of chaos. It's about survival and traffic management and just trying to keep in contact with the car ahead of you so you get that slipstream. But traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I always tell my teammates, try to be as much like water as possible. Take what the traffic gives you and make the best of it.
Yes, certainly so. As put beautifully, as the GT3s are starting to file into the pits. WSRL Endurance MIA in the 233 is also into the pits. That is the 3rd pit stops for the GT3s, if I'm not mistaken, either 3rd or 2nd, one of the two. We said perhaps it was going to be, well, for the LMP2, certainly a triple stint. GT3s, I don't know how much of a GT3 you've driven. Do you think they can triple stint, maybe even double stint on this, or do you think it's got to be one of those where you're changing at least every other stint?
With the limited fuel load, you should be able to do 3 stints on these tires if you're taking care of them. Normally you would double stint, but that would be on a full tank. So three stints would be about the same as double stinting. The temperatures are not very high here. I'm looking now, it looks like 83 degree Fahrenheit track temperature. That would be 28 degrees Celsius for you limey Brits. So not very hot. So it's definitely going to be easy to manage these tires. Yeah, so there are some updates coming at the end of this season in iRacing. Now, that'll take effect before our next race. So, Sebring, we're going to see a much different strategy. The GT3 cars will be able to change tires and refuel at the same time as well. The GT4s can already do that. I believe the LMPs will be able to do that as well. So, needing to triple and double stint tires isn't necessarily going to be a thing. The only time you'd really have to stint tires like that is at the end of a race if you're coming in for a partial fuel load and it wouldn't be enough time to cover the tire change. So this is one of the way of the dodo. And there's other changes in BOP, like the GT3s are going to be heavier. I know the LMP2s are going to be slowed down a little bit, and these cars are going to start looking more like their real-life counterparts when it comes to lap times at some of these tracks.
Yeah, which is something that slowly gets away from you, because despite the fact that we've had the same GT3 cars mostly in terms of the base for many, many years now, the BOP and things changing over the course of the years, just changing these cars, and they slowly get further and further away from their real-life counterparts. So sometimes you just have to BOP them to rejig the field a little bit, hopefully give us a bit more variety as well, heading into the later stage of the season, rather than just Porsche and BMW, because I'm getting sick of the sight of them, to be honest with you. Here's a battle on track between Vaporworks and Sapphire Simsport. Charlie is the 4th position in class. Metamorphosis is into the pits in 3rd position, so I don't think these guys will be challenging for that 3rd at the moment. Certainly battling it out for 4th. The 86 was at one point running right up close to Metamorphosis and actually fighting for the podium, and they ran in the podium for a time being. For a time, I should say. But now trying to battle away against this Sapphire Simsport Charlie car. Something that's going to be rather difficult with the traffic just a little bit ahead. Can he get this BMW in between himself and his rival heading into the final corner? You can't quite do so, and now this is going to open up the battle down into turn 1. What can the 92 do? It's all about the exit out of this final corner. He's not leaving much on the road, to be honest with you. When it comes to getting close to that wall, here he goes. He's got the slipstream and he's got plenty of pace to go down the inside. He turns in really, really early. Does the 86 goes wide as well, but it's going to allow him to just carry it just enough speed to stay ahead of this 92. And now the question is, if we head up to the all-important chicane of this Watkins Glen circuit, is he going to be able to hold on to this position? A little bit of GTV traffic as well might just be a bit of a factor, and all they're going to go so close. This is going to be very, very treacherous indeed. He's just able to stay ahead of the 86, and they make contacts, and he's onto the curb, and he just holds onto the car.
The 92 looking very aggressive, trying to get around the 86. The 86, he looks like he's struggling with the rear end of that car on some of these apexes a little bit, not able to get to the power nearly as quickly as that 92, and that's making the 92 very eager. We're going to see they go 3 wide, trying to go around this Porsche, almost make contact, a little bit of possible netcode contact there, and then just, yeah, a little bit aggressive on the entry by the 92, makes contact with the 86, trying to take that apex that he definitely has rights to, but now they're side by side coming in to the heel.
They are. Down the inside goes the 92, perhaps a little bit of vengeance after the elbows came out earlier on. Not quite able to get the position though. The 86 back down the inside, just holds on to it for the time being. Is there a switch back? Not with the nature of this corner, and he's going to have to wait yet another lap, and particularly with all of this GT3 traffic and GT4 traffic for that matter that has come up into the final couple of corners. What can the 92 do? Can he manage to just stay in contention? No, he can't. That's a good 2.5 seconds that the Vaporworks has just gained as he's into the pits. It's the Sapphire Simsport Charlie, and I think that is smart.
It's definitely a smart time to pit. Did lose a little bit of time there to the 86, as now we're on board with the 378 of Joshua Benjamin in the inner loop there, coming into the outer loop, and it looks like, yes, gonna lose it. Yeah, that's, we saw another car do that earlier. It's very easy to get a little bit of oversteer coming through that outer loop the way. Oh, yes, the 92 has a drive-through. So we were going to talk about this at one point. The incident limit is very strict here. 15 incident points will get you a drive-through, and then it's every 5 incident points after that. So for those not super familiar with the iRacing incident system, if you get car contact, it typically gives you 4 incident points. Now, if you make just light contact, it'll warn you that you have an incident, but it will be 0 points. But heavy car contact will be 4 incident points. And then anytime your car exceeds the track limits, you will also get a single incident point. So very easy to rack up 15 of those around a track like this in traffic. and then 5 more after that, we're going to start seeing some of these drivers really fall victim to that drive-through penalty system.
Yes, it's something that we made in the race notes, that this was going to be something that was a factor a little bit later on into the race, potentially, as people start to, usually it's about 17, isn't it? But in a 4-hour race, you want to be conserving that as much as you can, but frankly it's easy to run wide, this circuit, run wide I should say. It's very easy, and it's obviously being an issue here, particularly if you make contact with traffic and things. The system is rather unforgiving, and I think obviously starting to bite a couple of people now. Here is a battle between the 296 and the 369. This is the Prosciutto Punch Racing team and the Shut Up and Drive It. This is on the comeback trail, isn't it? The trailing Porsche trying to avenge that earlier incident. Went into the wall, well, not into the wall, but certainly had to stop the car for a moment. And heart-in-mouth moment on the inside, though. Look at the extra speed that you can get on the inside. Not quite going to be able to get through. The LMP2 is going to go through the centre. I thought he might have threaded the needle for a moment there. Can the Porsche get down the inside? He can. And that is a beautiful-looking move. The LMP2 certainly helped him through it, though.
That's right. Looks like the 57 was being patient, and maybe the 296 here decided to yield, and at the last minute that 57 made the inside move. There's Will Coffey on board there. You see he initially backs off, and then the 296 just surrendered the position to the other Porsche, and Will Coffey took opportunity there. Normally they say if you miss or give up an apex in traffic, it'll be taken from you, as we see Santos here having a little bit of a moment, coming back up onto the cup layout. There's a very tricky transition. It's easy to lose the car there. It manages to keep it out of the wall and gets back going in the right direction.
Yes, absolutely. So 20 minutes before we have a quick commentary crew change. Alex Andersen will be joining us in the box, I believe, unless there's been a change of plan. No sign of him just yet, so sure he'll get on in time, as it looks like Vaporworks is into the pits. That gives Metamorphosis his position back. Justin Barrera, that is, in third position now. The question will be about this pit stop for Vaporworks, as we see Bobby Flack trying to make a move in this Empire Racing car on the 96 just ahead of him. I've got
I believe that was
involved.
I believe that was a drive-through penalty for the Vaporworks team as well. So I'm guessing that both of those LMP2s picked up that penalty there at that contact in the bus stop. iRacing using a no-fault system, so both cars involved would have picked up 4 incident points there. We saw the 92 dip into the pits immediately. If you have a penalty, you normally have 3 laps to serve it. Q-Nin was a little bit more clear traffic, so decided to wait that out a little bit more, and is now serving that penalty. So you might see those two back together again.
The no-fault system is a little bit of an interesting one, because if you know that a guy ahead of you is on 1 incident point behind and you're on none, surely that means you can just drive into him and he gets incident points.
That's true. The sim does hide incident points from other teams and other drivers, so you can't see what another team's incident points are currently at, and I believe they do that just for that reason, to prevent griefing of that nature.
Well, interesting stuff anyway. I suppose when you automate a system, you can't really make it perfect, but it works well enough. Well, I mean, we're racing, so not many complaints there. But anyway, continuing on, there's Empire Racing looking to get this move, but still it's not easy. The traffic is starting to, well, give us and take us away, as we like to say, and it's just allowing him to find his opportunity. This might be the opportunity. Around the outside he goes. It's a slow corner, the easiest place to make a move, and actually he's lost a little bit of time. It was optimistic, that's for certain, and has to stay behind for the time being. Can this BMW get through? Down the inside now goes 25, again unable to find the move. I would love to be the Mercedes behind you, being lapped, or you've been lapped, and now you just get to watch this battle, though. It can be difficult watching a battle, as you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble if you're not careful.
And something you don't want to get mesmerized by, as you see the 70 overtaking that lap down car. That can happen very quickly. You're watching another battle, and something like this happens. We see all 3 classes going through the final corner at the same time, 3 wide on the exit. They managed to get it all sorted out. Bobby Flack maybe going to be opportunistic here. The 13th position car is taking that defensive line and going to fight him for turn 1. And it doesn't look like Bobby's going to get it done here. We see in the YouTube chat, presumably Bobby's teammate Zach saying, "Okay, Bobby, go save our race." And it looks like he's trying to do that. He's trying to move up that leaderboard.
Well, he's got 2 hours and 15 minutes to get it sorted out. So we'll wait for him on that stage. Hopefully for him, he can get himself back up to the top 10 running. Here's on board with the Prismatic Motorsports Behnke, watching this battle. Best seat in the house for Lila Gazia. She's just probably biding her time, trying to see whatever she can pick up from this. I know she's a lapped car, but she's trying to. Obviously, if she can pick up any slipstream or anything like that, that's what I mean by that comment. And we'll wait and see.
There's definitely a good opportunity.
Slipstream.
Definitely a good opportunity to save some fuel here. If you're a lap down from a battle in front of you, you can just sit back, use that slipstream to your advantage. Lilac's here, unfortunately, involved in that incident earlier when we saw the 33 lose it on the exit of turn 7 and then rejoin on that short chute between 7 and 8. And they're running a salvage race now in that prismatic car, but doing a good job at keeping in contact with these guys. And yeah, definitely an opportunity to save some fuel.
And that's the most gut-wrenching feeling in endurance racing, when you've got the pace to match the leaders, but you've just had bad luck earlier in the race and you sit so many laps down. Here's a camera from the final wall. Pretty interesting indeed to see the cars basically shaking that camera as they go through there, getting so close, and still here, no changes of position. Empire Racing, just you said, maybe falling back ever so slightly, not having the greatest of laps on the previous one. And sometimes if you don't make a move, not necessarily straight away, but if you stay behind someone for a few laps, you can start to, it can almost get them into a rhythm, and you've got to, again, seize the opportunity, but it doesn't always come to you. Maybe this will be the opportunity that he needs to try and get through. Going to go defensive almost is the leading car. Still not able to get through. This is what I sort of mean by that. If he gets used to where he needs to defend, where he is faster, then whilst you don't need to rush any moves in endurance racing, you need to make sure that you're also not letting your opponent settle.
I mean, you're definitely onto something there. You can lull another driver to sleep by not making moves and just sitting there saving fuel. I've had it happen to me in endurance races before. I recently ran a race at Le Mans where I was streaming, and I told my chat, I was like, I'm in front here. I got to be careful not to fall asleep and get caught off guard. And then less than 10 minutes later, I was lulled to sleep, and the driver behind me sitting one on me when I wasn't expecting it, and I could do nothing but watch him go by.
So here's a replay of a change of position between, for Bjorn Stanch even, down the inside. That's about how you get that move done, isn't it? Simple as you like.
You see, he didn't really attack that second apex, left plenty of space there for the other car. Very respectful driving, gets the position off the other car and manages to go on. No contact, no damage.
No damage at all, as here's Bradley Alvis trying to, well, this is actually oh no, it is a battle position. That prosciutto punch didn't quite lose as much time as I had in my head from that little instance earlier on in the race. Back up into 8th position, a brilliant drive from the driver at the helm of that machine, which is the person we said won the, it's Eric Rodriguez, isn't it? We said he won the Beard competition, which I think is about fair enough. And right now he's definitely doing himself quite proud of in 8th position, a good recollection of his thoughts, and able to hold on to this for the time being. I think he'll be happy with 8th position, you know. Chasing after 7th, there's still a chance for a top 5 in the next 2 hours, of course. But I think right now, if you asked him, would you take 8th position given that incident, I think he'd say yes.
8th incident is definitely a good rally, and there's still plenty of time to make up a couple more spots. The thing about endurance racing, even if you have an incident and find yourself laps down, you need to stay in it. You never know what's going to happen. Crazy things can happen all across the field, and you can find yourself in a much better position than you initially thought you'd be after that first incident. So keep it going. Stay in there. If nothing else, you can get some experience, learn how to fuel save, learn how to deal with traffic better. There's always a reason to stay in these races, and glad to see they're carrying on and recovering well.
They should drive it into the pit lane, whether that's a drive-through penalty or expected stop, I'm not too sure. We'll wait and see about that as leader laps the 2 cars in this little battle. That's going to give the Shuttle drivers a little bit of a better run. Because actually he's gone wide. Was that the that is the car that was at the head of that train has run wide. Here's something that happened to Smith. In fact, this is exactly what's happened. Oh dear, it's the leader. As into the wall goes that Mercedes.
It's very difficult to see there if there was any contact from the LMP2 to help him around, but I would assume that maybe there was just a touch of contact there out of Nathan Olson. You normally don't see that happen with Nathan, so I don't want to rush to judgment there, but I don't know if he was spooked by Nathan being so close to him or what happened there. Possibly the contact, but Nathan normally very good in traffic, so kind of surprised to see him find himself in a situation like that.
For sure, it's pretty odd. Just to watch it, the spinning round was. I'm not too sure what to think about that one, but again, traffic giveth and clearly taketh away there. This is someone onto the grass, and oh dear, the 288 almost getting into all sorts of strife as the 334. I think this is the battle for position as well. Is now going to feel really good to take this position. Not quite there though. The speed on the switchback not quite possible. Waiting to try and find some form of move here. Not really possible at the moment, and just trying to use the slipstream to the best of his ability.
The 288 being very, very aggressive in defense. Normally you don't see fighting that hard in an endurance race like this, but the 288 definitely feels like it's the faster car. Fought very hard there through the exit of the boot and has managed to keep the position, but I suspect we're going to see this Miranda's car make a move coming into the bus stop maybe later in the lap. We should see these two together again.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Matthew O'Leary thinking about a potential move, not quite able to find it just yet, and we'll have to stay behind once more. Got to again wait for this, and I think really the awkward moment is that they don't seem to have very different pace to each other. No one seems to be definitely faster, particularly by a significant enough margin for the move to be easy, so to speak, but particularly with the traffic as well. I think this move is just going to have to wait for the time being. There we go, there's the GT4 getting involved. These two LMP2s as well behind them are battling. Let's keep an eye on that.
2 races for position in 2 different classes on the same spot on the track can always end up being hairy, and the GT3s look like they're just going to wait to fight later after the traffic is cleared. It looks like they may have a lap or 2 here coming up very soon where they're going to have a bit more free air, less traffic, where they can re-engage in this battle. You see Matthew O'Leary really struggling with the grip coming off of that transition back onto the Cup circuit. There's a bit of a lip there where the cambering changes, and you see a lot of cars really oversteer there, and Matthew was definitely fighting it there.
This is Will Coffey trying to hold off the number 92. He's going to think about a move down the inside. Oh my word, the closing speed was pretty incredible between those 2 cars, and well, the wrong stuff car of Will Coffey just able to hold on to that 4th position for the time being. Obviously, their ideal would be to chase down Metamorphosis, who is now 1 minute and 15 seconds behind Miranda's Green, who's 53 seconds behind Miranda's Sapphire. There's the flashing of the lights from Will Coffey, trying to make sure that the Aston Martin knows exactly what he's doing, because this is an intense battle, and well, he's just got to try and hold on to it, but it's going to be so difficult for him, given the fact that it's a long stint, and well, that Sapphire Simsport Charlie car does look pretty racy.
Pretty racy indeed. We saw that that 92 was fighting with the Vaporworks 86 about 30 minutes ago, and is now clear of that car by 10.5 seconds, and has closed the gap up to the 57 even after the drive-through penalty. So a lot of pace in that 92 as we're on board the 401. Marin Chucky coming through the first corner, gets a lot of the curb, gets on the outside. We have car exiting the pits here. They fall on the line, maybe a bit of a difference in speed. It's a huge battle for second here in GT4 as the pit cycle is in effect. The 401 chasing down that Aston Martin, coming down the back straight slipstream. The Aston Martin defends, it goes to the inside, pushing Marin to the outside, and then just has to back out of it, knowing that the inside car is going to have the faster run there. Coming through the outer loop, looks to the inside. that Aston Martin runs just a little bit wider, is able to carry a bit more speed. But a huge battle here in the GT4s.
Absolutely. It's back to this LMB2 battle as we start to approach half distance. Strongest of Black still in 4th position and still fighting for something that could potentially turn into a podium later on into the race. But they've got GT3 traffic just ahead of them, and that is the Prosciutto Bunch racing team. And it's a battle of position as well, isn't it? Here we go. This is going to be an absolute carnage through around the outside, able to just about find the room. Superb driving from the two LMP2s, and it might just allow the momentum to shift back to Will Coffey in that number 57 for just a moment's time. They've got more traffic coming up though, and as I don't want to say the sun starts to set, but certainly the track gets a little bit darker. We see a battle of position in GT4 as well, going to try and thread the needle perhaps, and oh no, he goes through! The 92's through! And that is the most disappointing way to lose a position when you get boxed in like that. Will Coffey has driven absolutely infallibly, but he's just been boxed in.
It's very rare, very rare you see something like that happen. Normally, I like to call it leader luck. If you're in a battle coming through traffic in a faster class, I always like to be that front car because the front car typically gets the better break when it comes to traffic. This time, it's not the case. Will Coffey gets boxed in by those GT4s and has to give up the spot to the 92. Now he's got to get that nose down and close that gap back up and take the fight back to the 92. But I can tell you one thing, those two LMP2 drivers are having a blast fighting for position while working their way through traffic. That is some of the funnest driving you can have in an LMP2. We're still looking at this battle for P2 in the GT4s. The MIA team Merc trailing the Sapphire Sim Sport Aston Martin, just as we saw them a few moments ago, and I expect this is going to be a pretty good fight.
Absolutely. This is a fight between MIA team Merc and Sapphire Sim Sport Delta. 401 versus 493. Actually, the leading Mercedes. You don't get any points for that, but at least the fastest of the Mercedes. And I think as well, it's interesting to see how the different cars have been over the course of this season, and which tracks they're particularly favoured at. Clearly, this, you'd argue, more of an Aston Martin track. Let's see what the Mercedes can do, though. The balance of performance isn't perfect as it ever. As here goes the 401, still unable to find the move. It's looking to just slipstream past if at all possible. But I think right now, the Sapphire Sim Sport Delta car, who really feels like they should be leading this race, I think they've got the pace.
They definitely seem to have the pace. Oh, that's not gonna help the situation though. Gets the nose chopped off in the braking zone and has to take an evasive maneuver there. Gets into the grass. We're gonna see the Porsche pulls over in front of him right at the braking zone. Yeah, you don't want to move under braking, and that's exactly why you're giving that driver behind nowhere to go. And the Marion has to dodge off into the grass, ends up sliding the car, and he's going to lose a lot of time to that Aston Martin that he was fighting. It's very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate as now Bobby Flack looks to try and collect what he can. He's trying to battle with the shut up and drive it car, the A1, the 96 machine. Producer Tim Cox is just jumping out for a couple of moments. He's going to be taking over for commentary in just a few moments' time as a replacement for Alex Andersen, who is, well, we don't quite know just yet, but I'm sure he'll be on a little bit later on, regardless. As number 25 Empire Racing is still holding off this number 96 and holding off relatively well. There haven't been too many flashpoints between these two throughout the course of this battle. They seem pretty clean from at least what I can remember. That 57 now, by the way, has lost a lot of time to the Vaporworks. I think they must have come into the pits, mustn't they? I must have missed that, but Bobby Flack being overtaken and lapped. But Randall, in terms of this race, I mean, we're halfway through it now, almost. We're at 57 minutes. As we head into Sebring next time out, of course, Tim's mentioned that we've got the replay. That's 18th of December, by the way, for those who want to mark their calendar. Do you think that there's going to be an element of the unknown as we head into Sebring, particularly when you've got someone like Miranda Sapphire, who will feel like they are good to win this championship? Do you think there might be an element of the unknown with A, the updates, and B, the nature of the Sebring track?
There's definitely a lot of unknowns going into Sebring. I expect these teams will be practicing relentlessly, working out their pit stop strategies. Unfortunate as it is, tire strategies kind of going the way of the dodo for the GT3 cars and possibly the LMP2s with the tire change coming during the refueling. But it's going to be interesting to see what kind of pit times they get, and it's going to change your math for when you're going to pit. If you're going to try to stretch for another lap, if you're going to pit early to try to dodge some traffic, your math is going to be completely different. So I expect there will be a lot of practicing going on. Also with the BOP changes, the changes to the speed of the cars, the setups are going to be completely different. They're going to have to do a lot of practicing and a lot of discovery to figure out what these changes are for their cars, get them adjusted to the new rule set and the new physics, and try to work with it as best as they can. Also, the other thing about the Sebring race is it's 2 hours longer, and you'd think, well, just 2 hours more of doing the same thing should be easy, and no, it's not. You get more driver fatigue the longer the race is. You have more chances for incidents, more chances for strategies to work out, to go, to be good or bad. And so that extra 2 hours could play a huge role for some of these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. That's essentially another stint, isn't it? So you may be looking to bring in a third driver, definitely for the likes of Justin Brewer. I know he said he might not be, but I think you definitely want to be looking to bring in at least a second. 3 hours split each, maybe the preferred option, or 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours with three different drivers. The fact of the matter is you don't really want to be driving for 6 hours straight. I've done it before, and I have to say it's not something I'm gagging to do again, to be honest with you. It wasn't a great experience.
6 hours is the first point in an endurance race where you really start to break up a race, and 4 hours is kind of just one race. When you get to the 6 hour and beyond, you start to break up the race for your strategy. You basically have 2 3 hour races that you're trying to navigate, and that first and last hour are always super important in an endurance race. Those middle 4 can be kind of the dog days, but you want to break up that race and make sure that your strategy at the halfway point aligns with the end of the race, so that you're good to go. If you're finding yourself fighting for position, that you're not going to be worried about running out of fuel or needing tires or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing as well is that when it comes to a race of 6 hours, you're right in saying that the approach is different. It's only 2 hours extra, but you are breaking up the race a lot more, and you are driving it differently. In a 4 hour race, a lot of the time you're driving very much on the limit. You're making sure that you're almost driving like it would be a Grand Prix. But when you go to the 6 hour race, you take notice and you markedly drive more conservatively and more carefully to make sure that you get to the end, because at the end of the day, that's when 6 hours for me is a proper endurance race. I mean, 4 hours is, of course, a great, I think we discussed this actually at round 1 in Road America. 4 hours is a great sort of length for an endurance race, but 6 hours is definitely when you change your perspective.
Absolutely, yeah. 4 hours is great for introducing people to endurance racing, and for a league like this, 4 hours is a pretty good spot. It's hard to herd enough cats together to get a good race together. 4 hours is a pretty easy commit. 6 hours and 12 hours and longer gets to be harder and harder to find drivers to commit, and as you get longer and longer in the endurance, you need more and more teammates, so you need more and more of those cats to herd to get a race together. So 4 hours is very good for league racing, but 6 hours is when you get into proper endurance racing.
Yes, so, well, thank you very much, Randall, for joining me. I'm about to hop out of the commentary box, and Tim Cox is going to jump in for the time being. I might jump in for the last hour, wait and see how we want to run things, but for the time being, I'll jump out of the commentary box, and I'll leave you with Randall McGrew for closing thoughts, and Tim Cox will replace me.
Well, Tom, as always, it's a pleasure to work with you and to commentate alongside of you. And the 2 hours of this race, it's gotten very calm now. Things have calmed down quite a bit. The first hour, though, was very, very frantic. And Tim's been with us the whole time as well, pushing the buttons in the production booth, now putting on that headset. Tim, what have you seen out here that's really impressed you?
Well, multi-class endurance. Who doesn't love it? And we've had some cracking bouts, haven't we, Randall? And a few incidents along the way. Normally do get that a little bit, but even so, I mean, it's some stellar driving out there, some great overtakes.
Yeah, the opening stint of any endurance race, especially multi-class, is going to be frantic, right? And Watkins Glen is notorious for having frantic starts. And we saw a bit of a frantic start, but overall, actually, it's been a pretty clean race. I mean, we've had some incidents here and there. I can only think of really one, maybe two that were, one incident causing another incident, causing a follow-up incident like that. Normally, they've been pretty isolated, so it's kudos to these drivers for keeping it pretty clean.
It has been, and it's always the amount of races I've covered are ridiculous, and it never fails to amaze me, really. Just after 2 hours, you can still have battles going on, cars separated by a couple of attempts, like we see now.
This is a very GT3 friendly track. You see a lot of cars using that slipstream to keep in contact with their competitors. And I mean, for the first hour, we saw a huge pack of the GT3 cars, 5 or 6 cars just running together. And it wasn't until the pit cycle that we started to see some separation. But now, like you said, we have cars running together, still battling for position here at the halfway point of the race. And you got to wonder if this is going to keep going on all the way to the end.
Well, Randall, the one thing I've learned after covering, I don't think how many hours.
Oh. I hate to jump in and interrupt you there, but we saw an orange Porsche. Was that possibly the P3 of the GT3s?
Let's take a little look at what's happened here. So, all good. Losing the rear, yeah. Ooh, no, collects it, no, not quite enough. And the Porsche, well, doing Porsche things, of course, all the weight all in the rear of that car, with the engine being in the rear. Wow, that was a bit close. It's always wow. It always gets a bit scary at those points in the track where you're trying to get turned around again, you're pointing in the wrong direction. It's just such a scary moment for yourself as a driver, and also those coming through. If you see on the relative, you might take a glance and clock, oh no, I'm catching them at a ridiculous rates of knots. So they must have had an incident. Those that are running crew chief or have spotters, teammates spotted in the race, will be pointing out to them that there's a car ahead, and you've got to just try and just pray that they remain where they are, or they're offline. Otherwise, it can end in disaster. But got away with that one, so it's been a bit dicey. But these two, Mediada and Deleted, just up the inside goes the Porsche. Oh, was there a bit of contact there? There was definitely a bit of a snap on the brakes there, Randall.
There's a little bit of door-to-door contact there. The 288 looks like maybe pushed a little bit wide. It's hard to tell from that angle. The BMW could have turned down on him.
Well, let's
We're going to see a replay.
And so the Mercedes almost sort of drifted in there, locked up a bit, got onto the ABS, and they saw the rear snap on them, and that's the rear end just snapping around, just taps into the BMW alongside them. The Mediada just, well, the innocent bystander in like the 96, and couldn't quite collect it, and well, that's all she wrote.
A very unfortunate incident there. I wonder if the stewards will be looking at that one post-race. This league actually uses post-race stewarding. The drivers have to submit their own protests, and then the stewards will investigate and generate a report, and penalties will be handed out post-race. So sometimes you may see a result on the timing tower that doesn't necessarily hold up to that steward inspection after the race. So I'm maybe thinking we might see that one pop up after the race in the protest queue.
I get a feeling we're going to witness that one being looked at by the stewards. It's a bit of a racing incident in some ways, but then not in others. And, well, I saw a bit of a flash of lights there from that Aston GT4. I don't know whether they slipped onto that button, because I'm not too sure who they thought flashing the lights on. They've just got in the foreground, so whether it's all for the cameras, they might have thought that they're going to be on camera, but just seeing the GT2, that is the second place we're at. This car just heading through there. Still at the wheel. Welcome to the appalling puns, Randall. You're going to have a few of those during the race. But, I mean, you spoke about earlier about traffic management, and that is so key in these races with multi-class. And we saw it much earlier on when we had that battle for third place in LMP2 going on. They came up behind a couple of GT4s, I believe it was. Yes, because we had the battle for, I think that was third in GT4 as well. No, second, it was between Biggs and Truckee. And you've got to read the situation and position your car. I think we've got a bit of a close one here, yeah. We'll talk about traffic management in a second. Well, actually, that's going to apply nicely there as the Sapphire Sport machine there, just getting ahead of Metamorphosis. Those two Metamorphosis just come out of the pits, I believe. Yes, they had. Just looking across, yeah, they're something on lap 79, which we're currently on right now. 2010 into the race. And you've got to read the situation, Randall, haven't you? You've got to read, okay, right, there's cars ahead of me. I'm going to position my car that I'm not going to lose out to the car behind you. And I know you were talking earlier, and drawing on obviously your vast experience about how, you know, it's easier in the car in front, you know, you find it easier. But, I mean, equally, sometimes in those situations, you can find it easier being the car behind, can't you? Because you can work out, either use the car in front of you to punch a hole in the lap traffic coming up behind, or you can utilise them, right, okay, I think they're going to get boxed in there, and go the opposite way. It's one of those tricky conundrums, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very tricky sometimes, and in that particular instance, it was definitely better to be the trailing car. When it comes to the LMP2s overtaking the GT4s, the time you have to make a decision is so small, and I think it was the two Sapphire SimSport GT4 sister cars that were swapping positions on different laps while those two LMP2s were approaching. And yeah, with that LMP2, when you're overtaking GT classes, you don't have much time to make a decision. But when it's those GT4s, that time is minimal. So you're basically you're going all in on a move very early, and you don't have time to really to back out of that move to change to a different line. So he just found himself stuck and had to back out, and it's unfortunate, but he didn't put any damage on the car. He didn't hit any of his competitors, and he lost some time. But right now you see that 57 has about a 19-second lead over that 92. So I'm wondering if that 92 maybe had another drive-through penalty at some point. The drive-through delta here is about 20 seconds. So the 57 so far has come out the victor in that battle. Lost that skirmish possibly, but the overall battle seems to be going the 57's way.
If you stop that there, one of the GT4s is getting a bit wide, sorry, Mercedes even, so there's two available to pick from in this race format. Of course, iRacing's limitation on 8 different cars that are available in any given race. Pretty some, could you say issue? Well, this is where it gets really tricky, doesn't it? Because you're trying to, you want the car in front of you to remain on, you know, with different classes, slower classes, to remain on a static line. Otherwise, it gets a bit confusing and tripping each other. And point in case of what we've seen exactly there. But like, Portuguese driver is on. He's had a bit of a flyer, to be fair. He's made up 2 positions in, well, probably like the last 5 laps or so. After we saw him made his way past Medieda, he just recently got past Churosesky, and definitely making a bit of progress right now. He is a little bit closer to his pit window comparison, so he stopped on lap 64, he's currently on lap 73, whereas Churosesky behind him stopped on lap 69, so definitely running with that heavier car. But also, this is going to where it gets interesting, isn't it? This pit strategy element and how it plays out later in the race, because you've got all these different, strategies. People have to take on different amounts of fuel for that last stop, and this is, for me, I was chatting to some of the pro sim drivers, the guys who run in, likes of IMSA, in PESC, and they're talking about the new updates, and a lot of them are a bit especially when it comes to the big officials, the likes of the 24s, they're a bit disappointed now because there's no strategy involved. You just take your tyres. In GT3s, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, with those changes, you now just take new tyres every time. That's it. There's no, oh, do I double stint, do I triple stint? The only time it will come into play is in that final stop where you might not need to take a full tank of fuel. So, do you take 2 tyres? Do you not take any? It's going to be an interesting one to see how it plans out, but almost I think it might make it a bit numb in some ways. That's my little worry.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. That will be a loss, and I have a couple hopes when it comes to that. One of my hopes is that they will align some of the series with real life rules or some of the special events at the very least, because we know that in things like the Bathurst 12 hours, they're in the real life race, they're not allowed to change tires and refuel at the same time. So hopefully they can reenact that rule during some of the special events like the Bathurst 12 hours and still have that tire strategy. But also, we've heard this from iRacing before, where the tires are going to wear more and they're not going to last as long, and you're not going to be able to double stint them in an endurance race, and then lo and behold, the next special event comes out and you're double and triple stinting tires anyway. So with that, it's one of those things, I'll believe it when I see it. But with the fact that they changed tires during the refuel, there's really no reason to double stint the tires. So unless you have a situation where it's a super cold track and you'd rather keep worn hot tires, and if you're not losing that much time. But yeah, it is kind of a disappointment that strategy is going to go away.
But then you talk about it with the the big officials and these cold track temperatures. I mean, even so, the amount of meat you're going to have left on the tyre available to you, sure, it's going to be worth just sticking with those tyres. Replacing those tyres anyway, because there's no loss whatsoever. And I don't know. I do have to wonder. It's might make the GT3 class feel a bit numb, but then, like you say, they're talking about ways in which it'll change things up with the BOP changes, etc. Be more like the tyre experience on the Porsche Cup, where if you're wearing the front left, it's normally the case with most clockwise circuits. Really, really heavy. Getting into the ABS, especially. I mean, obviously you can't. Compared to the Porsche Cup car, we don't have any ABS where you won't be locking up. You're seeing this really close battle right now. We see Strange and Hall. I tell you what, a bit of almost bump drafting going on down the back stretch there. Hall just giving Strange a bit of a shove along there. These two are, of course, teammates, both of the Sherburne Drive It race house, but definitely a bit of alignment going on there equally. They know what they're doing, don't they? Don't they?
Oh, you would hope so. It does look like maybe there was some bump drafting there. It is a way that both cars can benefit from the slipstream. Normally that first car loses out a little bit, but if the rear car can get up there and make a nice gentle bump draft down that straightaway, both drivers can benefit from it, and they can try to close that gap up to Miranda's yellow 16 seconds up the track. So that's within drive-through penalty range, so definitely want to keep on it and make sure you're keeping the pressure on Miradnas.
I mean, we saw it bump drafting to great effect in the IMSA Esports series, which was a bit of a test event for IMSA. They ran GTD or GT3 as, oh, hello, that's sideways. Oh, that's a big incident there, and I think that's Marini, because I'm just showing these. Going to our software here, he's had a bit of an off track. Oh, it's okay. Goes to lose the red. Yeah, he lost it on entry. Oh no, he collects it. Oh no, he caught it, lost it, caught it. Oh, wow, that was a bit close. I mean, just tagged the car coming through there, but I mean, he was out of control. It'd be as much as he held the brakes there. It would have made zero difference whatsoever. If you're canning across the track like that, you've lost control and you've got no chances. I do believe Monteferrero's had a bit of an... is that who was coming... No, this is down the back. This is on the exit out of the boot, isn't it? We can see the Porsche doing Porsche things. Yeah, like long, lazy spin.
Gets a little too much curb there on the apex. Loads up that right front. Gets a little bit of extra grip in the front. Loses the back end, and away around it goes. And like you said, Porsche doing Porsche things. It's very easy to have a lazy spin like that in those Porsche cars with all the weight there over the rear axle. Once it goes a little bit, it's going to go a lot bit, as we saw there. with Montevero struggling there. Gets it going back in the right direction though, no damage, so can carry on with his race.
It's picking up the bump drafting aspect. We saw it, as was mentioned, IMSA, where the Apex Racing team in GT3, depending which side of the pond you're from. I mean, they were pushing. The second car was pushing the first car the whole race long, even through the the curve part of the oval banking at Daytona where they were. I mean, that's something scary as hell to do even on the straights in GT3s, let alone to do it on the curve banking. I mean, hats off to those guys, but it does require a lot of practice and coordination, even for the top pro guys who there are ratings at somewhere between high 9s to low 10k I rating. It's a frightening level that they're at, but yeah, it's a lot of coordination even for teammates and a lot of understanding, isn't it?
It definitely takes a lot of work and like you said, a lot of practice for doing it on places like the oval corners. And Nathan Olson gonna struggle to find a way through these shut up and drive it GT3s, gets around before the braking zone for the bus stop and gets it done. But the bit of a miscommunication there, I think he was expecting that BMW to stay on the inside on the racing line and move to the outside, and then suddenly that 294 blended out to give up the apex, and Nathan was left holding the bag.
There's Patio Yella in the chat on YouTube quoting, I can't remember, I think it was yourself who said it, once it goes a little bit, it's going to go a lot a bit, is my new favourite commentator phrase. That's a cracker, isn't it? And she said very own Murrayism after the late great Murray Walker, who sadly lost a couple of years ago now. And when the sad news broke, funny enough, I was here virtually commentating a race at Watkins Glen then, and lovely tribute to one of the all-time greats of commentary. That's just something we say, I'm sure, because I'm British.
I can only wish to ever come up with one good one-liner as good as any of Murray Walker's.
Oh, he was filled with them, absolutely filled with them. I mean, it's sort of where do you pick, really, in terms of his, but it's been sort of quite, I say quiet part of the race. We've sort of died down a little bit here, 2 hours 20 into the race. Yes, that's right, we're just about dying down 2 hours 20 into a 4-hour race. We have got the new hypercar, the LMDH of BMW coming to iRacing very shortly. In fact, really normally comes out for week 13, so realistically that's going to land, what, we're at week 11 now, so about a week and a half away. WSRL Endurance, would you like to see the hypercar in here? Or do you think should it remain as it is? That's the question I'm putting to you, Randall McGrew.
Well, I think that since they only have one race left this season, they're going to leave the loadout.
I'm talking next season. Yeah, but you can't change things around for the last round of the season. Create a brand new class and ditch one of the cars, because we're currently at the 8-car limit as things are. So yeah, would you like to see it or not?
If I was running this league, I think I would see. I'd put the hypercar, the LMP2, and GT3. That's going to give you a little bit more flexibility on car choice for the GT3, because instead of having the GT4s that take up 2 cars, you would just have the hypercar taking up 1, the LMP2 taking up 1, and then that would give you 6 options for GT3. Okay. So I think that's the route I would go. So, now, it really comes down to interest in the drivers. Do we have enough prototype drivers that want to drive both the LMP2 and the LMDH to field a strong field, or not?
In that case, then, to use your own answer and turn that into a question, what of the 8 GT3s, which 2 would you have missed? Now, I'm going to guess you're going to go for Ford being the first one because nobody drives it. What would be your other choice to omit from the GT3 class?
So right now, like you said, the Ford, not a lot of people drive it. There are a few
purists.
I don't want to call them psychopaths, but there are a few out there that are just crazy enough to drive the Ford, and they are incredibly quick in it, and it blows my mind every time I see it. So there are a few people out there that really like the Ford, and it is still really good on some tracks, particularly tracks like Watkins Glen. The Ford is really good.
It
but
is.
that would be the first one to drop. You're right. What would be the second one? And that's a tough call. And I would say, given the makeup of this league, I would probably drop the Ferrari. I don't think we've seen any Ferraris. And if we have, there's not been very many of them, so it would probably be the Ferrari.
Would you not get a
Yeah,
McLaren as it's the oldest, next oldest of the GT3s? I mean...
Oh, you got a point there, and I don't think they have the McLaren in the series currently, so maybe the choice is already made for them. And they can add another car instead of having to limit. I think they're already dropping 3 of the GT3s. So yeah, you're right. Like the Ford, I tend to forget about the McLaren because most of the people that drive the McLaren are equally crazy, in my opinion, because that car is a handful to drive.
I do love the way it spits flames out of the exhaust. I was just seeing a replay of Telly losing the rear end at the heel there. Not the first time we've seen that this race. I'm sure we haven't seen any incidents there with people losing the rear there.
Oh,
wow. Okay, was not expecting that one. Was you? Wow.
We have seen quite a few incidents of people not paying attention to the oncoming traffic and pulling back onto the track, so I suspect the stewards will be looking at some of those. But yeah, we're starting to see more and more of those lazy self-spins, and I think it really comes down to the track state. 4 hours is not a very long endurance race, but we've been at it for 2 hours and 24 minutes now. You're going to have a lot of dirt and rubber buildup on the outside of the track from those marbles coming off the tires. You can see it on some of the shots better than some others, but when you get offline and get those tires dirty, you're going to start having issues. So we see the BMW running wide now. He's going to have some of that dirt and stuff on his outside tires and may need to take it easy here coming into the next corner. Maybe struggling for grip a little bit, but yeah, I think we're seeing some of those incidents happen because they're getting out into that dirty stuff and not taking that into account. Sometimes it's hard to see from the cockpit, and you don't really know you have it on there until it's too late.
Ooh, that's a bit of a change going on for position there in LMP2, isn't it? You see, oh wow, being elbowed out there. You see the flash of the lights with the demonstration. I think that was Barrera just gifting the place back there for Paul, feeling it was maybe a bit too aggressive. But now they've got to get past this battle for third place in GT3, and it's getting tight. It's getting Larry as we come around to start another lap, and they're both into the... Wow! Oh. Well, that's one way to enter the pits.
Justin Barrera did not expect that Sapphire Simsport to pit in front of him, and he had to lock it down in order to make that pit road speed limit, and manages to tag the right-hand side wall there on pit entry. Looks like maybe he got away with one there, unless he had the wheel really cocked. I think he's gonna be okay.
I think he's.
Oh, is this a penalty?
Well. For the pair
This is a penalty for both of them.
Wow.
So I've
seen a lot of things
coming out.
Oh, hold on. He's still a limiter. He was still a limiter on pit exit there.
I think, I think maybe he was. I don't know why he was still in the limiter, unless he was just letting the 92 have a little bit of space so they weren't racing so close together. But they must have picked up a penalty on that incident coming out of the toe of the boot.
Oh, that poor yellow cone, a victim there of Justin Barrera. And as they headed down, let's take a little look what happened on pit exit. And, well, it feels like an eternity, doesn't it, when you've got to drive through, just having to wait to go through the pit lane. And then, I mean, I've seen a lot of things in my commentary time, but I've never seen two enter the pit lane to both serve penalties at the same time. So there you go, they get going, and yeah, Barrera just didn't get going whatsoever. And Coffee there, on his merry way. He's actually, hold on, Coffee's actually in the pits now. So is that actually a true... This is going to be actually for a pit stop, so I'm guessing Coffee decided to take his penalty first and then come into the pits, because obviously you can't send your penalty at the same time as entering the pits, so that would have probably thrown... Well, potentially, I'm guessing, obviously you only 3 laps in which to serve your penalty. Got his penalty done, dusted out of the way, then come in for your pit stop proper. Now, where is... No, sorry, it was...
So that was a 57. The 57 looks like it's a normal scheduled pit stop.
It is.
It was the 92 and the 98 that had the penalty.
Apologies, yes, it was, yes. Sorry, it's me having a slight moment there. yes, I mean, now the gap is, well, it's really open at 4.3 seconds, and they pretty much came in 0.3 seconds behind one another when they served their drive-through penalties.
If I had to guess, Justin did it on purpose and was just giving the 92 a little bit of a gap to
Really?
try to separate
reckon?
these
These are
that's
racing,
definitely a
these are racing
possibility.
drivers, Randall. Come on, surely not.
The other thing that could have happened is he turned off the limiter and then was immediately on the rev limiter for a gear and didn't realize it immediately and tried to maybe thought it was the pit limiter and turned it back on and then was back off and then, oh, it's a gear, and then pulled the gear. Sometimes that orchestration can get a little chaotic, but yeah, I can't really say.
Just checking in with the weather right now. When you see that track temperature 87 Fahrenheit, so not the hottest in the world, and that's really helping the drivers as we're 15 minutes away from midday here at local time at Watkins Glen, or in sim time. And I think it's actually that would tie up with East Coast as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
You're
this
5
is on
hours
the
behind it. Yeah, so yeah, because you're 5 hours behind me on the East Coast, and so yeah, we're currently 4:45 local time, so that'd be 12:45 on the East Coast.
Quarter to 11 right now on the East Coast.
Sorry, did I say
but-
4:45 on the East Coast as well? Ignore me. I'm having a bit of a moment here.
No, you said quarter to 12 and I corrected you, but you were right. I'm wrong. It is quarter to 12 on the East Coast right now. Time zones are hard, but yes, the sim temp time kind of aligning with East Coast time in real life, so a nice, pleasant circumstance there. We heard Justin in the onboard lap talk about the higher track temperature, and you mentioned it's only 87 degrees Fahrenheit. That's actually relatively cool. I think I've seen in this league's Discord a couple of drivers mentioning higher temperatures, and I've yet to see one in any of these races. So I think they've been a little spoiled by good conditions and not having to deal with an actually very hot track. And I would actually tend to think that 87 is a little bit on the cool side. It would take, maybe an extra half lap to get temperature into the tires on a track that cool.
Yes, to sit witness in the chat there, MI GT3, and wow, had a good, reasonable race. Carson Keane currently at the wheel, the Canadian, at 3 places since the start, and a bit of a topsy-turvy race for GT3 with a few people falling by the wayside, but also some big gains happening as well. We'll see.
I could tell you as someone that's driven in a broadcast endurance race, for the 233 here, they've not spent much time on camera and we haven't talked about them very much. And when it comes to endurance racing, that's typically a good sign. If you're not making a lot of waves, that means you're having a pretty clean race. And if you have a clean endurance race, you're going to finish at the sharp end.
It's sometimes it's just all about that, having that drama-free race, isn't it? And ensuring that you're keeping your nose clean, because although you might not necessarily be the quickest car on track, lap time-wise, to keep your car clean, you normally have a really, really good finishing result.
This is a common bone to pick among teammates whenever it comes to practicing and things. I've had an issue with teammates before that are entirely too focused on lap time. And I say, it's great if you can run the fastest of everybody out there for a lap. That's awesome, but I want to know what you can run at 95%. I want to know what you can maintain without getting into trouble. Because, yeah, you might lose 5 or 6 tenths by backing off a little bit, but you're going to lose a lot more time if you find yourself having to take repairs.
So let's talk about the other MIA team involved. This is the GT4 Mercedes. And Marin Truckee, as well, I was talking about keeping things clean and such like. He's been caught up in a few incidents that were no fault of his own, wrong place, wrong time. And the issue with these GT4s, where I've spoken to a few of the drivers who've driven in these multi-class races, is that when you're on one line, you can't change it. You don't have the flexibility of the GT3s, and certainly not of the LMP2s, to be able to, alter your line. So if you're the faster traffic coming through, you need to work around these guys and work with them rather than try and, you know, shove your nose up the inside and try and force a move past them.
That's absolutely right. The GT4s, they do have ABS and traction control to help them, but they're effectively slot cars out here. They have one line. They're going to have a very hard time trying to alter that line. If you can set up a move on the inside, a clean move on the inside, they can normally handle that. But yeah, trying to catch them off guard is gonna be disastrous. As we're on board with the 86 series, he's gonna dive into the pits. Last moment, dives into the pits. Oh
no!
Locks the rear up. So maybe he'd been adjusting the bias on that car as the stint went on and got it dialed back a bit, and then forgot to push it back forward for the pit entry. You see this happen a lot at tracks like Daytona, where they're running a lot of rear bias, and then suddenly they come into the pits, they get onto those brakes and lock up the rear, and it spins it around, and he's having a hard time getting it back in the right direction.
No.
Loses a lot of time on that pit entry.
Randall, the one for me is because of where the pit lane line is, you've then got a bit of fresh air before the pit lane wall starts, and he span back across the track. Is that an unsafe pit entry? Will iRacing clobber him for that one?
So iRacing's pit entry and pit exit lines are different by track and different on the same track often sometimes. Here at Watkins Glen, it's pretty forgiving on pit entry. As long as he didn't speed, I think he'll be fine. He may have fallen victim to speeding there with that spin. If he was still carrying too much speed when it finally looped around, he may not have gotten it. Oh, the 92 makes a hard lick with the outside wall. Hopefully he got that wheel straight. Otherwise, he's going to have some suspension damage and some steering damage. And maybe we can jump on board and see if that wheel's a little cockeyed. That is a heavy lick.
I think he's got away with it.
He's gotten away with one there, that's for sure. He's going to be counting his lucky stars because that was a heavy impact with that retaining wall on the outside.
Do you know what's going to be the acid test of this? You have to. The quickest way into the bus stop is to get right across the curve and pretty much skim that inside wall. If he makes it through safely. Oh no, well, that's a bit of a safe line.
Oh, these LMP2s have to take that curbing a little bit less than a GT car. They are not as compliant.
Would you like an inside top? I can't believe I'm about to give this one away. I don't drive that much off anymore. But the quickest way through the bus stop is to go right across the curb and pretty much skim that wall on the inside. It takes a few attempts of, practicing it to get it right. But if you do that, the car, what it does is it glides across the top of the curb. And you don't have that, nasty jarring of where it whacks the front right. And actually, you can gain about half a second a lap. Because you can carry so much more speed for this bus stop.
I agree with you there.
I discovered it by pure accident, Randall, where I completely practicing, messed up the corner. And I was like, hold on a minute. I've come through that a lot safer and carried a lot more speed. And my time data is massively up. What's that about? I was practicing with a friend, said to him, I've just, just told him what had just happened. So we sort of met up, but I gave it a couple more goes, and even himself, who was about a 3K iRacing driver, he was like, John Tim, you're on something here. This has really worked. And he found that himself, he found about half a second on his lap time, and he was already significantly quicker than me, which really added insult to injury. But that's by the by. Yeah, you can gain a lot of time, Randall, and it puts less stress on the tyres, so you're not putting as much heat into the tyres either. If you really reach, I'll tell you what. Yeah, there you go. So you saw where you just got the right-hand side of the car airborne there. You need to go a bit more further across, and it doesn't do that.
Okay, well, I have one question and then a follow-up here.
Go for it.
Was it in an LMP2?
It was in an LMP2. I love the LMP2.
So I will say that iRacing's LMP2 is not very compliant typically on the curbing as much, and that's one of the other changes that's coming with the new build. Is it's going to be much more compliant and much more like its real-life counterpart.
When Notkill first came to iRacing, IMSA went there. And Georgie Mackay in the chat, completely agree with you. Thank you, Georgie, coming to my save. You're not taking the bus stop right unless you're aiming at the inside wall with a poking tongue out emoji. Well, looks like, thank you, Georgie. Clearly someone else has tried it as well. I was about to make a really good point. Yes, so I'm back on track now. Obviously, when Notkill first came to iRacing, IMSA decided to put it into their official schedule. Well, for the IMSA series on iRacing, that is.
I
And
remember,
thought,
yes.
this is going to be horrific, but I'm going to do it for the memes. And do you know what? Hats off to the setup builders, because when you come through the chicane that's halfway through that lap, you have to really mash the curbs, which is great because, you know, it's a touring car circuit. British touring cars go there every season, and, you know, it's always a great spectacle race, especially seeing the images coming, you know, them leaping across the curbs. Well, the setup builders built this car, the LMP2, so that you could pretty much do that. And I thought it's going to be horrific for traffic, not many places to overtake either. But no, it was one of the cleanest and most enjoyable races that I've ever had in multi-class racing, weirdly.
That doesn't surprise me. The setup shop guys really know what they're doing and can dial in these cars to handle things. And sometimes the cars will surprise you. LMP2 not normally known for being good on the curves, but you get the right setup on it, and sure enough, you can handle it. But here's my follow-up, teammate, where I would call back to my comments earlier about endurance racing. It may be faster going over that curve, but is it worth the risk? If you can do it consistently, then more power to you. But if you're on my team and you clip that inside wall and ruin our race, you might find my virtual boot visiting your virtual butt.
Practice, as with most of these things, you know. If you practice it enough, it's really easy to do. And you can hit time and time again, and my golly, it's a bit scary the first time. I want to race on a ultra-wide monitor, so although I'm on a single monitor, I have got an ever so slight little bit of an edge over just the single monitor guys. But yeah, it's possible. And George McCullough saying as well, you can actually jump the massive sausage at the beginning of the lap in the Indy road consistently. They're fine over the curves, to be honest, no damage. You're right there. You don't really get any floor damage from it, unless obviously you hit one of the horrific monstrosity of the curves that are at the Nordschleife, which they're more like, you know, steps up rather than a bit of curbing.
Right.
Yeah, you're running risk of a bit of suspension damage through those, and you know, for floor damage. But other than that, Watkins, they're nice and flat, Randall. You can get away with it. We'll go for a few laps one time. Now I'll show you another one of Tim's top tips. Lovely bit of alliteration there for you.
I've tried it myself. I have done that line through there, and you're absolutely right. It's faster. I've never felt confident enough to do it, and to be completely honest, I haven't practiced it enough. That I never felt confident.
And DS Racing.
Big fight here for P6.
I tell you, Gonzalo Light in the DS Racing machine. The Mercedes is just ahead. I mean, it's an absolute cracker. I mean, we were talking about people not being on camera. It's normally a good thing. Featured him a lot, and it's only because he's just been making up places, left, right, and centre. I mean, having said that, he's still down 4 places. So, skill and, you know, ability levels, overall outright pace, clearly where he's been coming back through the field, playing a part of it. Even so, I mean, it started on the front row in GT3 all the way back 2 hours 14 minutes ago. Can you believe it? 2 hours 40. Where has that time gone? But has been just picking his way through. You know, it didn't feel like that long ago. Probably about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. It was around about the top of the hour. Actually, that's him into the pits. So it's this different strategy going on right now. But he was making his way past Kevin Mediator of Shutman Driver A1, who's down 10th in class right now, although he's going to drop a few places to DS Racing machine right now. And, well, I mean, this is where it gets interesting, isn't it? Because of the pit stop strategy and where people have saved different amounts of fuel, etc. Of how this is going to pan out. You know, if we're looking at about, I mean, normally you can go about an hour in GT3s. However, obviously I know they've got limitations on the amount of fuel capacity in these GT3s, which is really stitching it up. So if he's pitting now, it's an hour and a half to go an hour and 20 minutes roughly to the end of the race, because we will run over the 4-hour mark depending on where our leader is in LMP2 around the track. So I'm just trying to have a bit of a hypothesize of how long he's gone on that stint. So he's coming on lap 90. I think he stopped around about lap 67. No, 65-ish. So he has gone. What? It's 25 laps, isn't it? 1 minute 40. I'm trying to do the maths here as I'm talking, Randall. Can you tell that's why I'm stuttering a bit? I'm just trying to work out how many more stints they've got left in that car. You talk while I get my calculator out.
I think they have 2 more stints. They should be pitting for fuel at least 1 more time, possibly a splash near the end of the race. I will say that the 288 has been fast all day. I can't remember if they were involved in an incident early or not, but I can say after watching these guys for 3 or 4 races that the 288 tends to change up their fuel strategy. They tend to work from the end of the race backwards and get that and try to break up their stints a little bit more and tend to be off strategy and then suddenly appear there at the end towards the front. Both the drivers in that car are very quick. Gonzalo definitely has a lot of pace. They're also both very aggressive drivers and are not afraid to take the fight to somebody. So not a surprise to see them working their way up through the field if they did have an incident. And it could just be that they're a little bit off strategy and playing the long game.
So they would need to stop 1 more time. They've got about 1.7 stints left in them. So yeah, they need to stop. But it's where everyone else is. Possibly even might even need to stop twice. I think it's going to be unlikely. Obviously, that's all damage, assuming. There's a battle right now between Valhalla and Maradnis Purple. Vikov versus O'Leary. It's the LMP2. They're just heading through. That is our leader, Wayne Castile of Maradnis Green. That's slightly differing right now, but due to the obviously alternate pit strategies between the two. Actually, no.
Yeah, we've seen that the 33 has been able to go a lap or 2 more each stint, and
having said that,
it does say that they both pit. Yeah,
well,
so I don't. What? It does say they both pit on lap 94. So now suddenly, the 33 finds itself in front, and we have had a driver change in the 70. We see old man Dan Willis is behind the wheel of that 70 car.
Willis,
so maybe it's just a change in pace. I don't know when they changed drivers, but
so Willis came off track. Okay, so that was apparently his off track. I'm just trying to look back through the event log that our brilliant SDK software provides us with. So that's the only time he's come off track. So yeah, that's changed around a bit. And I mean, it was a massive margin that they had. Of course, that issue earlier on, and to really change things around. Is this going to be the change for position as they go side by side into the bus stop? Hold tight, here we go, and there you go, Manchester Fender. No, sorry, I so swap around even. Sorry, having a moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what happened there with the 70 and the 33, and we've had Dan in the booth before, and he's admittedly said that he's not as fast as Nathan and the guys in the 33. So maybe we're just seeing a difference in pace, and the 33 was able to take the lead over. Possibly there was a long pit stop, and Green it still needs to do a tire change or something like that to make this happen. Because if we look at the pit lane time, the 70 spent 38 seconds longer in the pit lane. So that would indicate to me that the 70 changed tires and the 33 didn't. So we may see that be reversed towards the end of this race, and we could have a fight on our hands for the overall win.
We could. But will we? That is the question. I mean, it's this is the beauty with multi-class endurance, because as much as 20 seconds. Nearest damn it, with a bit of change, is the gap between the 2 Miranda's cars at the top right now. But as we all, those that are, moments like that are definitely going to play a part of it. That is the Maradnis Green machine having to throw out the anchors there. Having said that, they have taken about a second over Sapphire, I think, themselves. Yeah, caught up in a bit of traffic too, and that traffic can. Yeah, it can help you, but it can hinder you at the same time. And as much as We saw Green being held up through the bus stop. Sapphire of the Team Radness teams there held up even more so through the turn 1, and well, their net loss is about 0.6 of a second. And it's one of the things I've always found, I don't know about yourself and Randall, is that when you're the leader and you're the number 1 car, the position car, is that everyone seems to be just that little bit more compliant compared to if you're second or third, or especially further down through the order in your respective class.
That number 1 certainly does garner a little bit of respect out there on track most of the time. Nobody wants to be known as the guy that took out the leader, so you tend to give a little bit more space, get a little bit more respect out there, which can be extremely frustrating. You're in that second place trying to track down that leader, and you're seeing he's getting all the breaks. What the heck's going on out here? But over the course of an entire race, it all evens out, and it comes down to who loses the least amount of time. So some of these moves that we're seeing now may not play out huge in the gap between the cars, but after the pit cycles work themselves out and the tire strategies work themselves out, one of these moves might be the deciding factor. If somebody loses 5 or 6 tenths, and then suddenly they find themselves on the losing end of that.
You say about 5 or 6 tenths. That last lap, compared to the prior lap for Willis, was 2 seconds slower, Randall. 2 seconds. Let's we'll see if there we go. You can bring up some lap time history between the pair of it's between Willis and Kofi. Let's see if we switch it around a little bit. There we go. So you see how the gap has been ebbing and flowing, and there we go. It was that lap there, 101. That's where they've lost a big chunk of time. Look, 4 seconds of difference, and okay, 102 and 103 pretty much, cancel one another out there by a few hundredths of a second, but it's where they're meeting that traffic, and it's really showing right now. And definitely the 33 in position 1 of Castile is making hay while the sun is shining. And also, I don't know about you, I tend to find as well, when you're running in first, you've got that sort of a gap. I actually tend to find it grows and grows further and further, because you don't need to take the risks and the gambles if you like the car behind you is trying to make up, well, in this case, you need 21 seconds.
You're absolutely right. Whenever you have that little bit of relief and they have that big gap, you take it easier. And a lot of times when you start taking it easier, the traffic starts going more your way because you're more compliant with the other cars, and you start to find those gaps. You start to get those opportunities. And whenever you're pushing, sometimes you're pushing things that ends up costing you more time. So just that being able to back off a lot of times will get you a benefit. And yeah, that's exactly right. Sometimes if you're in a pressure situation, you just need to turn off that mirror and just focus on the traffic, back off a little bit, and make your way through. And when you have a big lead like that, that's exactly what you can do. And 100%, when you back off just a little bit, that traffic tends to just go easier somehow.
Talking to traffic, it's definitely thinning out there. We've had a few retirements. We've had 6 retirements. We lost GPVA, PPVA Racing on lap 77. The leader's coming on lap 106 to give you a bit of an indication. But there, lap 65 Prismatic Athena. Unfortunately, we lost them. And lap prior was Sapphire Simsport Bravo. Lost those guys they were from GT4. We lost the Prismatic Neva LMP2. We called it an LMP1 there. In lap 61. Sorry to see the LP ones go. GT3, we lost the Rabbit Chase Racing team on lap 53, and lap 39, the Wrong Stuff GT4 retired their car. And it's all gone a bit quiet, but I'm always wary of these moments, Randall, because the one thing I've learned is that when it goes quiet like this, there's no one near each other. You know it's all about the kickoff shortly. And then all of a sudden you'll have 2 or 3 battles all on top of one another, and it's hard to know for the producer where to look or where to show the best action and try and manage it and give all the viewers at home the best possible take on what exactly is happening out on track right now.
You're exactly right. This is the calm before the storm. We do see a couple battles for position going on here. We see the Radness Porsche making a move on the, I believe that's the GPVA BMW.
Yeah, this
not for position.
Yeah, lap traffic.
This is lap traffic here. So this is this is the calm before the storm. We're reaching the end of the dog days of this endurance race. They're going to be starting to look at when they're going to make their final stops, when they're going to make their final tire changes. It's going to be kicking off very soon as we approach the final hour of this race. But yes, right now, relatively calm, but we definitely are going to start seeing some action as we approach the end.
Ooh, running a bit wide there, the Porsche on the exit. The two turns from the end. Always bugs me that corner. It doesn't have a name. I think it's because I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with that corner. It's that nasty bump on the inside, isn't it? I know you spoke about it earlier in the broadcast, and it's when they obviously put the new rescan of Watkins Glen into it did smooth out a little bit. I was a bit happier with it, a bit more at peace with it, but in equal terms, it still nags me. It's definitely my weakest part of this track.
That's a very tricky transition there where it goes from the boot layout to the cup layout and the cambering changes, and there is a noticeable change in the crowning there. I find that the further wide you are, the worse the bump is, just given the trajectory that you're on. The tighter you are the inside, the more likely it is that your outside front and rear tires hit it at about the same time, and the wider out you are, your front tire is going to get to that bump more than your rear tire. So when you get to that bump with your front tire, it loads up and gives you a lot more front end grip. And if that rear end doesn't have it yet and isn't at that bump, that's when you get that big moment of oversteer and then find yourself skating out towards that wall. And we saw there the Porsche get off into the grass, and he did a very good job of backing out of it. We see a lot of drivers try to keep their foot in there and be a hero and end up spinning right across the front of other traffic there and making hard contact with that left wall. So good on him for backing out.
I don't know, GT4, the class, it's been a bit quiet all race long, hence why I haven't seen really too much of these guys. Certainly of our leader, Runs Up Racing, because, well, I mean, 51 seconds after, we're just coming up to the 3-hour mark. That's a big old margin, Randall. That is a big old margin to have sat in your bag. I mean, just to put that into perspective, to transition through the pit lane, including stopping, is 1 minute 20. So they are, some 30 seconds shy of having a whole pit stop in the bag. In fact, if those pit now, they would actually... you have to take an extra pit stop. They would still come out in third.
The lead they have is pretty commanding right now.
They might even come out in second, because it's not. You don't truly lose that whole amount of time, do you? 1 minute 20. You actually.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
They would come out in second for sure, and they would not be far behind Sapphire. So they're not going to have to pit in a vacuum, most likely. So. This gap is theirs. We see Miranda's purple into the pit lane now. Oh, sorry, Miranda's yellow into the pit lane now. Looks like presumably their last stop, the leader for the GT3 class, taking those tires. So they'll be on that rubber for the rest of the race. Actually, they're going to have to stop one more time, I think. They're going to have to stop for fuel about 20 minutes from the end of this race.
That's right. So we're looking at about 45-minute stint in GT3. So, yeah, they're going to have to stop a quarter of an hour, about 20 minutes. Yeah, more like 20 minutes from the end of the race to have a bit of a splash and dash and get off and going again.
So, yeah, we see the likes of the Skin Lab team, the 288, on a bit of an alternate strategy. You said that they had about 1.7 fuel stints left. I wouldn't be surprised if they're splitting those up into about 0.85 of a stint each, taking less fuel and maybe not taking tires over that last run. And I think we're going to see them much closer to the front, even though they're not currently in the top 5. They could be finishing on the podium here at the end.
Well, it's a change for position there. It's GPVA. Hunguski head past the prismatic Presidente. I can never say that word. The amount of races, I can't tell you how many I've commentated on that Prismatic have been in over the years. And it's always that one name that always catches me out without fail. All the others, fine. Gone down to a T. It's because it's rarely that they run that sub-outfit, as it were. And, well, I mean, what a powerhouse that team is turning out to be. And hats off to them. but
Yep.
it's not far away. I was going to say, we're 3 minutes from the top of the hour, Randall, and you leaving us.
That's right. It's been a fun hour, but fun 2 hours for me.
Yeah.
Only one commentating with you, but you've been here the whole time. I would like to say one more thing about the GT4s before I sign off and hand it back to Bobby Ross. That 431 has a commanding lead, and if you'll remember back to the very beginning of the race, the first time the LMP2s started making their way through the GT4s, Braden's teammate Shane Larson was in that 431, and he got tagged pretty hard by the LMP2.
Didn't they?
And they've managed to rally back and to have this massive lead. So massive lead, and lots of kudos to Shane Larson and Braden Harrell in that 431. Hopefully they can bring home the bacon.
I'm trying to make an appalling pun right now. I can't make it work. I can't think what it would be either.
I will
No.
say also that we saw Shane Larson in the LMP2 earlier this season, and they ended up parking that car after a few incidents happened. And I'm not sure if the league administrators parked the car or if the drivers decided that they're just going to take a step back. And now we're seeing that Shane is in that GT4, so he's giving a much different perspective of this race and maybe going to get a team victory out of it.
Thank you, Robin, for your comments in the chat there. Brigantia, always. I think it's like I was saying earlier. I think it's because normally it's Athena. It's normally probably one of the more common teams that I tend to commentate.
Freya, yeah.
Brigantia, not the one that I tend to see so often, but thank you for your comments and hope you're all well over at Prismatic. As you're saying, Robin's saying there, it's been such a tough race. It has. I mean, Athena, Roxy's really picked up off. It's been interesting watching her progress over the past couple of years and sort of moving up through the ranks in terms of iRating and overall racecraft. It's been fascinating to watch, but unfortunately we lost her all the way back on lap 65. GC3 leader is now on lap 101, to give you some idea of just how long ago that one was. And as you were saying, it's been a bit rough for Brigantia as well, with Lilac at the helm of that Mercedes AMG GT3, because there's not enough G's in that name. They had to disperse a few more into them. But, well, as we've clicked over into hour 3, Bobby Ross, it's time to hear your insight, knowledge, and welcome back along to the commentary booth.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Randall. Good to be back. Seems like a lot of stuff happened. Miranda's Green, coming back after that incident around the first hour mark, is now leading this race. Got Braden Carroll leading the GT4s right now as we're watching, getting passed by one of the GT3 cars. And yeah, 1 hour to go. So yeah, still plenty of action left to go.
Most certainly. Well, Randall, it's been a pleasure. I look forward to hearing from you again soon here at Slow Motion Broadcasting.
Thanks, Tim. It's been great, and you guys have a good race here. I'll be staying around and watching, so if you need anything, just holler. But you guys have it.
Definitely, as we've got in LMP2 coming into the pits, that is Miranda's Sapphire, and also Sapphire Simsport and Charlie. They're just dropping into the pit lane right now. Bobby. Well, 1 hour left to go. And it's, I tell you what, out in front of some of these classes, it's looking a little bit, well, done and dusted. GT4, but I don't want to put the curse of commentator on for them. It wouldn't be the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time I've done this to someone. Ron Stuff looking really strong in that category. To be fair, that whole podium looking like it's completely done and dusted. You know, should it be any more issues not to happen, as that is the Miranda's Green machine heading in. LMP2 looking a bit more sorted, but it's GT3 where I think that's going to keep us preoccupied. That battle for the lead right until the very end, with some 14 seconds covering our top 3.
Oh, for sure, because everything, like you said, LMP2, a 2.2-minute gap between first and second, and then it's almost a minute for third place there, and then almost a minute between first and second for the GT4 classes. And let's see, any more pit stops? Okay, 92 just came out of the pits there. 33, I think he's taking the tires and the fuel. So, I don't know if maybe possibly he might be good rest of the way. I believe it's 80% fuel, correct?
Yes, I'm not sure that car's off the ground. I don't think they're taking tyres. There's no jack's gone up on that one. It is a bit hard to tell with the LMP2s. Yeah, that's just a fuel stop, that one, from our leader. And I think that's to try and cement and keep hold of that massive advantage. 1 minute 23. We'll see how that settles down as they come out of the pits fully. But I think, I mean, they're going to have to stop again. Definitely. And we were talking earlier about the weather, and it's... We'll see if we can check in with the latest weather, but I mean, it's not the hottest of track temperatures. Oh, well, there you go, as if by magic appears. I mean, 90 degrees track temperature, and that's around about what I believe about mid-20s top of my head. No, it's high 20s, isn't it? Celsius.
Oh, we just had a Porsche hit the...
Oh, hello. We did. I think that's Montevero. Yes, it is. GPV.
Possibly getting room, but if you notice, there's rumble strips, or marbles, I'm sorry, on the outside. So while they were getting room, unfortunately they lost traction of the car and right into the wall.
That is the danger, isn't it? And I mean, Watkins isn't so bad for the marbles, or at least I've tended to find it anyway, because there are so many lines, especially with me on Monte Carlo Endurance as well. There's so many different lines available for each of the, well, say each of the corners, so many of them, that it tends to clear up the marbles quite a bit, and you do have that air of slight flexibility compared to other tracks like, I don't know, let's say when you're heading through the Snake at Suzuka, where it is pretty much just one line through there.
Correct, and it's very, margin of error, you know, it's very small for those portions of for that portion of the track. But I gotta say, Miranda's Green, when I left, because they were involved in one of those accidents when it was coming out of, I believe it was the toe. And at the same time, there were a bunch of GT3 cars coming by, and he had a substantial gap. So I just want to clarify, did something else happen with Sapphire?
Well, we've been trying to work that one up. We haven't been able to catch it on screen, so I'm not sure. There's got to have been something. Something happened somewhere. As all, we're seeing a replay right now of Jack Lee currently on 4th in GT4, and that's the grass. Oh, that's a big shunt, isn't it? That is a big shunt, and that's big front end damage. And well, yeah, jumping straight to the pits there.
Yep. That's a bummer. It seemed like a good exit, and if you notice, it's slightly on the grass. And sometimes that's all it takes for you to lose control of that car. We got number 33 maneuvering through GT3 traffic. Got one GT4 ahead. I believe that is the Wrong Stuff Racing Orange, the GT4 leader. Easily goes on by.
Oh, it is. It's you know, that's really showcasing just how easy it is for these RP2s with that extra air. Well, tons of extra air, certainly compared to a GT4 and maneuverability. You can, you know, carve them up for breakfast and, you know, take alternate lines. And as I see you saying earlier, you know, Watkins, it's just beautiful for multi-class endurance because there's so many lines through so many of the corners to run it around the outside or, you know, look for a switchback. It really, really does work well with this form of racing, as you're seeing GT3, GT4 and LMP2 all fighting into the best stop there.
Definitely. And another thing to notice, and I finally noticed, for top 10 in the GT3 class, we got 2 Mercedes in. Finally, we broke that BMW and Porsche dominance.
Oh, well, Porsche's just been so dominant. It's definitely been the OP car to have in GT3 for so long, really. But certainly this season, it's been massively dominant. And the season prior was, you know, pretty much there, but not quite the top tier of choices. Definitely a second tier, I'd say, but top of that second tier, maybe bottom of the first. And, you know, obviously the season came along, of course, it was ridiculously OP then. Likewise with Mercedes last season when that came along. The BMW, ever since that came to iRacing, I think it's because of its just ease of drivability and the way you can really mash those curves, that it's just been so quick, and it's always been there or thereabouts between, well, certainly the Porsche. The Ferrari obviously was the car when that first came along, but they've sort of fallen by the wayside. But I'm really intrigued to what I can see how this BOP is going to work out. You know, it could come the end of the season, and obviously I know they'll affect the next round of the championship, and I think it's got the chance to put a cat amongst the pigeons and really mix things up. And it'll be interesting to see what other cars come to the forefront in GT3 as a whole, and certainly ones that, you know, some of the drivers aren't available to pick within this league.
That's definitely something to take note on for the next few races, especially for going into next season. Because, like I said, as you said, like some cars have pros and cons for certain tracks, and it seems like obviously right here at Watkins Glen, the Porsche and the BMW is the way to go. I don't know if you remember in XTC, it seemed like the BMW was the car to beat, because I believe that was the car that was driven by this season's champion, Eduardo Pecorini, and it seems like it's being true today with how the pace wise for the BMW.
Yeah, it's always had great pace, and as I said earlier, it's its drivability, the way you can really, you know, throw it across the curbs, and absolutely loves it. Exception to obviously earlier this year at the Nürburgring, where it was destroying the floor and you're incurring damage just through driving the car normally every single lap. Thank you, iRacing, for that. God bless your souls. However, it's, you know, I think, yeah, looking forward to next season, the changes. Of course, the GT3s currently run pretty much in iRacing, run real same sort of lap times as real world GTEs, to give you some sort of perspective. So it's going to slow them down significantly, and yeah, looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it, and needs it. I think many argue long overdue, needed to be done, and a roll on the next round and seeing how that's of this championship, and seeing how it's all going to pan out.
Oh, better late than never, right? With the changes.
Oh, definitely better late than never, and took it better late than never. Just getting round to your comment there, Shane Larson in the chat. Obviously, a team member of Wrong Stuff Racing Orange, and his teammate Braden Carroll. Change is saying that he's going to take the car right through to the end, and saying how it's been a blast. I say that. Did you say that? We'll take it home for me, but good to be back in the series. Well, great to have you, Shane, and thanks again for the coverage once. It's been an absolute pleasure, and makes our lives easier when it's a lot of great racing like we've experienced today. Lots of great battles. It has, well, I say it has died down a bit. Yeah, again, there's always one battle to be had in my class. Always, and 1.2 seconds difference between Kundal of the Wrong Stuff Black and Barrera, who's doing this all by himself. I could have gone into a song lyric there. Well, don't want to be all by myself. I can't sing it, and that's as far as it's going. That is as far as that one's going.
My singing isn't any better.
Oh, don't worry, I got stitched up beautifully. Not far into my commentary career, where one of my fellow commentators was just watching the race and clocked that how one of the lead guys name was Mark Baxter Jones. It was a Porsche Cup series. His name fitted really well into, I don't know if you guys in America have this song, it's really old, show me age now, by Aqua called Dr. Jones, and yeah, then pointed that out in the chat on Twitch, and then got everyone else to force me into singing it, and yeah, changing the words. But there we go. That was locked to the history banks. Thank goodness. I don't think because due to Twitch only lasting about 90 days to hold your broadcast unless you export it. I think that's long gone, thank goodness. But that is Wrong Stuff Black into the pits, which means Barrera is going to go ahead. Those two on alternative strategies. Barrera stopped, Morse stopped a lap prior on 117, currently on lap 118. And Sapphire Simsport Charlie is going to. Oh, hold on.
I think it was a stopping, a drive-through penalty because he did not stop.
I was looking at the time sheet. I was like, hold on a minute. He's on the out. pit exit. That wasn't a pit stop. That was, as you rightly say there, Bobby Ross, a drive-through penalty, and that now means that Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie, with the flash of the lights, and oh no, could not clear the BMW on the entry into the bus stop, and well, it was a couple of attempts. It's now 1.2 attempts the gap, and well, I'll tell you something. Kundal really got away with one there, didn't he?
Woo! And it was another close one there too with a GT4. And I see the 92s flashing the lights like it's like a Christmas tree. And now they got some catching up to do. Let's see if they can reel back in the gap and the time lost for fourth place.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one, that one. I've got another battle developing, and this one for the podium in GT3 as MIA now coming under pressure from Shut Up and Drive It A2.
I gotta say, I love the driver picture there.
To be fair, that describes half of my incidents really just end up on my roof.
All right, but yes, we got a battle for the podium. 1.2 seconds. I think it was just closer not too long ago. I think the driver behind might have had a bit of a mishap with the previous corner.
Well, these two have actually swapped places, haven't they? Let's take a look. So this is how it happened.
Ah.
Wow, that is very slow there.
I wonder if the previous turn, if there was a drive penalty, if he was stuck too wide, if he was way too wide for turn one.
That is a good point. Of course, that is one of the things, isn't it, with the remodel of the circuit, that you do get that massive off track for I believe it's, well, we'll see to illustrate it coming down into turn one, because as we're right on board with Eric Lates right now. Is this on the exit? You've got this curve, you can run it out, but when I think it's about here, isn't it? If you're not back on cross onto the curb, you can pick up that slowdown, don't you?
That you do, and I think it might be a little bit more closer to the exit, so maybe about halfway point between the exit and the grass on the left side. It's been a while since I raced here, so I don't know 100%.
Should we have a bit of a chat to one of our drivers currently sat in the race, and well, currently lying third overall and in LMP2 right now. It's Metamorphosis driver Justin Barrera. Justin, we spoke to you earlier on. How's it been this sort of, last couple of hours since we spoke to you?
Well, I've been having a hardware issue with the steering wheel. It's not been shifting, so I've been losing a lot of time. And
is that what happened when you came out of the pits? Because you had that drive-through, you came in right behind, trying to remember now, if it was at Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie, I think, or at the time,
so
and you just didn't get going.
What happened is, coming out of that one corner, that right-hander, he was behind me, and I went to shift, and it didn't go, and so he ran into me. And we both got a 4X, obviously, because we both went in. And then when I was trying to come out of the pits, I was annoyed with everything, and that was more of a me mistake than the hardware. I reset the wheel after I pitted, but it's just been not good the past couple times. Plus, just a couple of GT cars that turn in on me, like as I went by them, just really took me out of the running. But yeah.
I mean, hats off to you even so for doing this one alone. I mean, 3 hours, 16 minutes into the race now. We've got what, 3/4 of an hour left remaining, and I suppose for yourself now, with running a bit further behind, just pootling around really, just trying to consolidate this third place.
I'm trying to keep third if possible. I was going to try to fuel save to kind of lap out or pit stop out, but it wasn't possible, so I just went full throttle. My only problem right now is tire wear. I'm not sure if the tires will last long enough. So I really don't want to have to take tires, so I'm trying to be a little bit delicate on the tires. But yeah, it's
good news for you is, we're just seeing the images now, right now on screen, is Roadstuff Black and Sapphire Simsport Charlie are engaged in a battle, half a second between the pair of them. So hopefully that's going to help you extend that currently 17-second gap that you have over the pair of them.
Yeah, I hope so. It's. I know. I was catching one of them, and then they, as I came out of the pits, and they pitted a little bit later. So they'll have to take a little bit less fuel, but I think they're still going to have to pit no matter what. I don't think they can fuel save all the way for that time.
We were looking at it earlier, and it's right about, correct me if I'm wrong, about 45-minute stint, isn't it, for you guys? And
yeah, it's like a 30-minute stint.
I believe everyone's going to have to stop at least once more during this last hour.
I was hoping I could make it one last stop, but no, it wasn't possible. I've had too many incidents, too many times I've had to go into the just trying to bring it home, maybe get a podium. I would have liked to be on still on the lead lap, but unfortunately I'm not.
I know. Well, to be fair, the Miradnis, well, both the green and the sapphire outfits have been pretty much in a league of their own, haven't they, today? And like I say, this few incidents not helping yourself, but we'll let you close out the race and concentrate on just coming up on a bit of traffic right now, I believe. So that's Justin Barrera of Metamorphosis, and just giving his insight direct from the car. And Bobby, I mean, I always get a bit nervous when chatting to drivers who are racing while popping along to commentary beam, especially when they start skimming the walls where they're getting so close. And it's always that bit of a tricky one, but I mean, the hats off to them, the skill levels to be able to do that and just sigh through the traffic.
Yeah, hats off to Justin for multitasking, being on the wheel and being able to communicate with us, explaining like what's going on. And the one thing I did wanted to mention was because he able to fix the issue with his steering wheel.
No, he didn't actually. He didn't actually say he has been able to fix it, so I assume he hasn't been able to.
So then I was gonna ask, but I think he did leave the chat. But what I was gonna ask, because I've had this experience with another co-driver of us it was actually last week when we raced at Le Mans, when the GTE class, his one paddle wasn't working. So what he ended up doing was, while he was in the pits, he remapped a button so he can shift. So I wasn't sure if Justin was able to do that or not.
Well, I'm not sure whether he would do or not, because when you're driving by yourself, if you get out of the car, well, no, he would be able to, wouldn't he? Because it's pit stop. If it was a pit stop, he would have, like a 40-second window while he's stationary to be able to jump out quick. Oh, wow, that was getting me a little bit spicy there, coming around past one of the GC3s. But these two are really all over one another in this battle for fourth. And we talked about 40. We spoke to Metamorphosis driver Justin Barrera earlier. It was 14-second gap. It's now 16 point. Well, it's extending to 16 and a half, isn't it? Realistically, here, Bobby.
Oh yeah, and the more they keep racing like this, Justin is going to ride off into the sunset for that final spot in the podium. So if I was the 92 in the 57, whoever the fastest driver is, let him go up front, follow suit, and see if we can get up on third place.
Oh, Bobby, you know it doesn't work like that. These are racing drivers. It's all about the battle for position, and, well, there you go. That's into the pit. Oh, no, I thought I was into the pits. No, that was a bit of an alternate line there. Catch me out.
He was definitely, I think for a moment, he was going to go 3 wide on the inside of that GT3. But luckily, he thought better of it. So now we're going to go up to turns 2 and 3. I think they're now through the GT3 traffic. And now they can settle it amongst themselves once more.
Or can they? Or can they? Because he's in the slipstream on the ropes to the bus stop. And
I love this camera angle.
It is an absolute cracker, isn't it? So see him on the exit of the bus stop, and let's see if we can try and give you a bit of info at home of exactly what they're closing in on. So that is Bradley Alvis, currently 16 GT3 of Shut Up and Drive It G2. They need to clear that Porsche. Well, that came at a convenient time for them there. That's at the corner exit where you've got enough of the gap to still pretty much carry on your racing line and getting the power down like you want to.
Definitely. Now, for the one wins his battle for third. Is that just for GT3? Because I think there's also some other classes mixed in with there as well.
There is. So next up that these guys are going to come up to is third in GT4, which is MIA in the Mercedes GT4. That's third in class right now. So obviously the orange in the bottom right corner, that is currently what the distance is to the cars in front of them that are directly on track. Obviously the orange little where they've got a number, that is where their position is in class. Obviously black denoting LMP2, pink is GT3 and orange GT4. So the next up that they're going to approach 6 seconds down the road currently is Wayne Grenton running 16th in the class in GT3, which is Murad's black Mercedes. But geez, there's a big difference. That gap will close up. So I'm going to predict they're going to catch Wayne somewhere roughly around about exit of the boot. Well, I say that they've taken a big more chunk out of some, but then these cars can fly through the bus stop a little bit better than what the GT3s can in comparison. Just for this section. Well, there you go. I would say exit the boot. Well, they're pretty much into the heel of it, and they're all over the top of them, and the flash of the lights there just to say, look, I'm coming through. I'm in a battle. Just so you know, I'm here. Please, 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 don't shut the door on me.
One can hope, right?
Oh, well, yeah, you can live and hope and pray, and I mean the lights for for conveying that sort of message really work well at night time, where you've got that different and well, this sort of stage in the race. But you can see a battle over position going on, from different classes. You don't want to get involved in it. I know Randall spoke about, you don't want to be that guy that took out the leader. Well, coming into the last hour, or nearly the last half an hour, in fact 35 minutes left on the clock. You don't want to be that guy that ruined a battle.
Oh, for sure. Yep, but now they're going past the 431, which is the lead car for the GT4 class. Now I'm starting to wonder, since we're on board here with Michael Poole, is the dirty air starting to affect his tires? Because I noticed the gap has slightly increased, and this was before they were reaching the traffic. Because when you're behind someone for that long,
that was close. That was a little bit close. Just tripping over. That's Donizelli there of GPVA. And
we got another one here on the outside, and this is definitely not helping matters.
No,
but like I said, do you think that the tires are now running hot for the 92 because they're running behind fourth place for so long?
It doesn't affect it too much. Yes, there is a bit of a slight difference, but nothing too dramatic. Obviously, these tires are a lot less sensitive compared to, say, Formula 1 for being a prime example. And Formula 3 on iRacing, Formula running 3.5 as well. But a lot of it just comes down to, I mean, they were pretty much following identical lines as well. So it's not like if you're offline, you're having to work the tyres more, where you're desperately trying to stay in touch with the car in front of you. But I think one of the things worth pointing out is the gap between these two and Metamorphosis, had it standing out to about 16 seconds, it's now down to within 13. So Metamorphosis has lost a big old chunk of time somewhere. And I'll see if I can try and find out exactly. It doesn't look like it's come off track. I think that's just purely been down to traffic.
That too, but also probably because fourth and fifth haven't been racing each other. So now maybe Wrong Stuff Black is able to catch up a bit instead of racing with the 92.
Yes and no, because as much as yes, that will have played a part of it. Surely, Bobby. I mean, that's a big old chunk of time there to lose in the space of, I think it was around about 2 laps.
Oh, he's in the grass.
He
might have turned in, and at the very last moment, he hesitated, and that's what made him go straight into the, just touch the grass a little bit, and it's like a suction cup. Or, I'm sorry, it's like a vacuum. It just sucks you right into the grass more. and there's nothing you can do except you're a ride. You're on for a ride.
We got going again, and
Such a shame for Matthias.
it is. It is a little bit. It's all we're seeing a replay from the helicopter right now.
Have
Oh.
with Nico going
Just-
to ooh.
Just lost the rear. Did he clip the grass on
Yeah.
entry there, Bobby? With the rear
I
left?
don't
he
think
did.
so. I think there was plenty of space between the grass. He might have just went on the brake a little bit much. I wonder how old the tires are. That's a good question.
That is a good question there, Bobby Ross. Let's take a little look at his last pit time. So, he was stationary 54 seconds last time, so that indicates to me he took tyres, because it's around about a 20-second deficit of when you take tyres versus not taking tyres. So, that, yeah, oh, hold on. No, I've misread the lines. Apologies. I was looking at the line there for Sapphire since we're ahead of them on in the standings, and no, they did not take tyres at the last stop. So maybe that bit of tyre wear on those rear, especially that rear left, playing a bit of a part in that issue.
Definitely. It's never just one thing. It might have just been a combination of he might have went on the brakes a little too hard, the tires are a little shot. But we can both agree it wasn't the grass, because he definitely had some space between them.
That is definitely one thing we can agree on, and no for definite, isn't it? It was not the grass. I think just maybe needs to have a bit of a manoeuvre around the rear brake bias to try and sort that issue out.
Gotcha. And another thing I noticed is for 499 Racing, they were racing not too long
slow.
ago.
That's slow out of the Madness, just sliding it right round the outside there of Shut Up and Drive, who really just got a poor exit off the bus stop. I do wonder, it's a bit hard to tell from the drone camera there through the bus stop, whether it was down to just hitting the curbs wrong. I mean, there's no direct damage, and let's see if we can get a different angle. Oh yeah, he caught the grass on the inside.
And if you notice, just before they hit the grass, he was already fighting the wheel, and which resulted in him going into the grass, because he was trying so hard to get control of that car.
There we go. That's why we pay you the big bucks, isn't it, Bobby Ross? For moments, spotting stuff like that us normal, regular commentators just don't spot. So Olivia Hayward, a Prismatic, now onto the back of one of the GPVA outfits. This is the GM Hungaski racing team in the BMW. Argentine Ortiz even at the helm, and looking like it could lose a position to the tower of power coming from that grumbling V8 in that Mercedes up the inside into the bus stop. This is surely going to be a change from position. And Hayward, well, thank you very much. I'll take that place from you. And Ortiz had no reply really due to the overspeed and the commitment there from the Brits.
Ooh, they did a phenomenal job through the turns 2 and 3. Timed it just right and had all the momentum in the world to get clean by to get past the 15th place car. What a drive.
Oh, it's a beautiful moment there. Love a good overtake like that into the bus stop. Always feels really satisfactory. But as we said, endurance racing always ebbs and flows as we've got Wrong Stuff Black into the pits there in LMP2. That's going to be their last stop. That's going to take them home. And I'm looking at the pit stops in LMP2 right now, Bobby, and I think the rest of the field have got to stop yet again in LMP2 as well. These three close up.
At least one more time for sure. Now, the question is, when is Metamorphosis going to go in? When will Justin go in for that splash of fuel? And how much will he take? And will he get the right amount? So he'll possibly, or try to stay up front, in front of 4th and 5th place.
Now, I thought it seemed a bit strange that all of a sudden these three had come together. Proseski, Maida and Montevero. Montevero's had a bit of an incident out on track, and that's why he's now battling these guys. We've got a freeway battle currently going on over 9th in class right now. That is a 15th overall. I tell you, Prosciutto Punch are an absolute fly. They're up at 11th places, 10 places in class, and really trying to make hay while the sun shines here at the Glen. Here's the replay. Let's take a look at what happened to Montevideo. Is he just going to lose rear? Oh, no, got caught out by the LMP2 there.
It's just... I know Patricia... Oh, I thought... Oh, my goodness. I thought there was going to be another contact there from the replay. He tried to pass that slower car, which I believe was the GT4. And at the same time, when you got that prototype, you got to keep an eye on those mirrors.
You have. You have indeed. So that is... Wow. Swarovski under a lot of pressure right now from that BMW behind them of Sherman Drive It. And Dieda closing in, hunting down the Canadian, stalking him like the prey that he is feeling right now, under a lot of pressure on the run down to the bus stop. Quarter of a second difference in time, kicking a bit of a toss down the back straight away there. But I tell you what, the Prosciutto Punch team, they've had an eventful race, haven't they? They've been up, down, roundabouts, but overall, but mostly up. It's not been a one step forward, 2 steps back affair for them. It's definitely been a, well, 1 step backwards, about 5 forwards, more of a drive for them.
That's an appropriate way to say it for sure. And right behind, we got the BMW. I believe that is for 10th and 11th. You got Shut Up and Drive, A1, and then Empire Racing going side by side.
No, that's one of the back markers. That is, yes, that's one of the back markers.
Okay.
Yes, because yeah, Empire BMW. That's a Porsche there alongside, isn't it? That would be now this is where it gets interesting, because that is our leader in GT3, Mirandis Yellow, who's coming between them, and that's probably why they looked a little bit more racing. So I was trying to think, hold on, is that a back marker? But no, it's where the
it might be opposite.
Yeah, well, it's played right into their hands. As who was that into the pits there? That would have been one of the GPVAs. Mirandis Green in LMP2 into the pits, so they're coming in for their final stop of the race. But
meanwhile, Andrew getting lapped by one of the LMP2s.
I know, and also all that traffic is played right into his hand, because he's now managed to extend the gap out to 2.1 seconds. Let's not forget the gap was about, what, a quarter of a second exactly this time last lap. So that's a big net gain in the traffic there, really playing right into his hand. Sapphire Swiss, what, Charlie and MP2, they're in for their final stop. Mirandis Sapphire, they have stopped last lap. So while we're covering all the action, obviously we saw runs of Black stop earlier. So Vaporworks and Metamorphosis yet to stop again inside the last 25 minutes here from the Glen.
And there goes Ryan Kerr past the 369 of Andrew. I believe that puts him 1 lap down.
It does indeed. It's... Yes, it'll just put him 1 lap down. It does indeed.
Oh, for a moment, I thought Sapphire was only 1.5 seconds, and I was like, whoa, where did that happen? I just realized it's 1 minute 55 seconds.
Yes. Yes. I tell you what, I would have been working frantically here on the production side, trying to find out where did that happen that I've completely and utterly missed. And
props to you for doing double duty with being the producer and the commentator. That must be a lot.
I tell you, when it's not too bad from experience when it's sort of the second half of multi-class endurance, because it just dies down a little bit and it's a bit more manageable. It's a bit more fraught and frantic certainly for sprint racing, and the first hour certainly in a multi-class endurance as well, because you've just got so much going on. It's a challenge. Let's just put it that way. But I mean, what can we say? Mirandis Yellow, currently at the helm. 1 minute 24 seconds, the advantage over second in GT3. 1 minute 24 seconds, Bobby.
Amazing. I did notice for an update for LMP2, it went from 1.55 and now it's 1.05. So 50 seconds was lost now between first and second, between the LMP2s.
That was due to pit stops. I believe, and just been on the different strategies. But I mean, listen, for the pretty much when I was trying to think, I think it was before, just after you left us. Well, even before, they were nose to tail, those two. They seemed Radness and cars, the green and the sapphire. And now they're a minute apart. It's been a real change in that midpoint of the race between them.
And I remember it was the 33 that was trailing behind, and we were discussing. I believe if I remember correctly, we were discussing on fuel saving because I remember the 70 pit first.
Yeah, we didn't manage to catch, and I'm still trying to find where it all went wrong for the 70. It was quite a while ago now, but it did go.
It might have happened after. It might have happened right after I left, because I remember, if anything, it was the 33 that was struggling.
It was the 33 that was struggling. Massive. The green 33 was definitely the one struggling and looking like it was in a bit of trouble, and the sapphire 70 was feeling like it was asserting its authority over this race and really taking a commanding approach to it. But my golly, how the tables turn.
For sure.
As I tell you what, as we're into the last 20 minutes, I'm going to run down through the classes we mentioned. There is the Maradnis Green 33. There's a minute out on the front right now. There is the Sapphire, currently second place, and just keep you up to date. We'll need to stop again. Currently third is Metamorphosis. They have got a minute in the bag though. I think they can get, yeah, they've got a pit stop in the bag here. So they will pit. They won't need to take a full tank of fuel either to get themselves home. So they've got this one in the bag. That's looking comfortable for Metamorphosis right now. Crossing, well, we've just been talking about them. Radness Yellow in the Porsche 268 in GT3, leading the way. Looked comfortable. Side on the second row of the grid. And now they're leading by 1 minute and 25 seconds. That's right, 1 minute and 25 seconds over second place. Shut it and drive it, G1. BMW second on the podium. For now, 17 seconds down the road from them is the MIA. Porsche. And they're looking comfortable in that position as well. GT4, well, it's been a bit quiet for these guys. And it's been dominant, really. They're really comfortable for Wrong Stuff Orange out in front. 18 seconds the advantage that they've got over Sapphire, Simsport Delta, Jacob Money. Well, he started in second. He's remained in second.
I believe he was in first, so I don't know.
They were for a little bit, and I think that was just around to pit stops with MIA. Rounding out the podium, two Astons on the top, two steps. On the third step is Mercedes and GT4, as that is Metamorphosis in to the pits. There's a bit of a revving of an engine there of someone heading out down the pits. This one, the BMWs, that will be Bobby Flack of Empire Racing. Just heading out there. So where are... Oh, they're just coming into, what, the 3 corners from the end of the lap. Metamorphosis still stationary. Everyone stuff black good enough in here. I think he's going for tyres. I think Metamorphosis are going for tyres, and they're going to get past in the pit stops because they are still stationary here. And out onto the front stretch comes Wrong Stuff Black, and they're going to move up into third. There you go. They're still stationary. We look across to him, just getting running is Barrera of Metamorphosis, but he's on fresh rubber, and with a flash of the lights, Cundall now knows he needs to put pedal to the metal. He needs to clear these GT3s as quickly as possible and extend out that gap, because it's only 6 seconds, and we've got 19 minutes, well, nearly 18 in fact, left on the clock.
Now the chase is on. Let's see if Justin can catch up to the 57.
Wow, 6.5 seconds. Wow, as he heads through the bus stop there, 6 point. Well, it's come everything flowing a bit, but let's go at 6.5 seconds in 18 minutes. Can he do it, Bobby? Can he do it? It's a tall order, it's a lot, but you can gain and lose a lot in traffic. If he gets lucky, this is still not out of the woods yet. And Wrong Stuff Black is not looking definite for that third place for them.
Definitely not over yet. Now, like you said, we're gonna have to factor in the traffic. when does Wrong Stuff Black catch up to to the other cars on the turn exits, on turn entries, and same thing can be said for Metamorphosis, for Justin. Whoever can maximize that opportunity when going around these cars, as well as getting a draft for them on the main straightaways, that can either hinder you or be a great advantage for you. Because right now, Metamorphosis at the exit was at about 6 seconds. Now is 7 seconds, 7.1. Because it's probably the outlet, so he's still getting used to the car with the tires, warming them up.
Yeah,
So with that, maybe this lap or the next lap, then I'm going to say that's when the chase starts.
17 minutes left. 7 seconds. That's my reckoning. That's about half a second a lap he needs to find over Ron Stuff Black to catch up with the back of them. Not including passing them. Now, if he can pull this one out of the bag, let's take a look. So, Ron Stuff Black did not take tyres at the last stop. Was that a bit of a bump across the entry of the curbs there into the bus stop?
That looked like he got some massive air on that first curb on the right. He's lucky he didn't lose control of the car entirely.
So talking about bus stop and entry, so Donizelli, just got caught up by the Porsche in front of him, then tagged them, got in together with one another, and that is a big shunt.
Oh my goodness.
Which other Porsche is that? I'm trying to have a bit of a quick scan for you. Let's see if we can get a bit of a look at who that is ahead of them.
The 969.
It's a Cherokee 369.
And if you look at the blue Porsche, he's definitely got some massive damage on the rear.
Oh, that's crapping. Look at it. That's definitely not going straight down the straight as much as CCA. Gliding across the track to get back across onto the racing line. I'm sure that car is crabbing, Bobby. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, and the Porsche, I believe, is not happy because almost pushing the BMW. Oh, they're touching.
Well, this is
the
my
replay.
Goodness. Maybe that was just... I'm going to make this really uncomfortable for you right now because... you've just ruined my... Well, probably feeling a bit like, because Donizelli running last in class and Cherysheski, well, they were running back midfield 12th in class. So, fair few positions between these two, and it was coming around to lap, and this is surely going to be into the pits for them.
Definitely.
And they are still in the pits as well, and... Well, there we go. And while that was going on, Bobby...
Was this again?
No, this is...
Oh, same turn, but this time it was more towards the exit for Nico.
Yeah, they're struggling with the rears on that Villarreal and P2. Struggling with the rears, and... Well, look what gaps come down by about half a second. It's the gap between 3rd and 4th in LMP2. It's a tall order. It's going to need to require that same level of pace every single lap. But he's got new tyres. He's thrown caution to the wind.
Go for it.
And will Justin Barrera come just in 3rd place? Sorry. Someone else.
See ya.
Someone else.
Yeah, for sure.
It's already dark here in the UK. We're currently 5 to 6 p.m. And this time of year, of course, it gets dark nice and early. So it's with the cover of darkness, come out the cover of my appalling puns and jokes. But never say less. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna put my cards out here. I'm gonna put my money on the table, Bobby. I think Aubrey Cundall of the Wrong Stuff Black holds on to this. Holds on to this one. And, well, I say that.
You're saying that.
He's just taking another big chunk of time out of him. Yeah.
You want to wager more on that?
I'm gonna split it each way between the Wrong Stuff Black and Metamorphosis. One of those two will finish 3rd. There we go.
Good call. Because it was at 4.9. Now it fluctuated down to 5 or 5.4. So I wonder if it was most likely probably that GT3 car that was in front of him at the time. Now we're gonna see how Justin handles that lap car. see, coming out of the turn, just out of view, right there. So you should be able to get by when we get to that the second to last corner. Now I got Audrey catching up to the GT4, which is a Sapphire Simport Delta. Going into turn 1. Relatively good exit. Should get a good run here with the set of cars on this front straightaway before they go into the inner loop.
Yeah, he should do, shouldn't he? I mean, it's catching them just at the right moments. Although, having said that, into the bus stop is not. And there, look, there's in the background is that Metamorphosis LMP2. You can see him. You can't reach out and touch him, but being held up through the bus stop there. Look, it's down to 3.6 seconds. And I've just all of a sudden, Bobby, felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up because I get the feeling we're in for a grandstand finish here.
I can't wait to see what happens when these two finally catch up. Oh, now you got the GT3 car ahead. Just came out in front of him on the exit. Justin's able to get past this GT3 car. Oh, I'm sorry, GT4. Now you got the red Porsche up ahead, which is Eric.
Oh, that's a send. That is a bit of a... Well, I say that. Just feathers the throttle exit, losing a bit, but he's giving it absolutely everything he got. He's throwing caution in the wind. He's a slashing and a hacking his way through this traffic right now. And the gap's down to 3.2 seconds. Well, it's shrinking again once more because held up in traffic on the exit out the corner. And that was one of the Miradis cars as well, just in front of me. Yeah, that's Miradis Sapphire, but that is not for position. And that is Kundal actually unlapping himself against Miradis Sapphire.
Wow.
Well, he knows he's in trouble. He's got to do something here.
I wonder, is there any damage to the 70?
Are they trying to
for top?
Well, they trying to fuel their safe. No, they didn't. No, they stopped and they took a healthy amount of fuel at the last pit stop. And in fact, Kundal stopped 2 laps prior to Miradis Sapphire. So, let's see if we can. Well, let's zoomed in camera angle now. I can't see any damage on that car. Can you? I mean,
no.
Realistically, they're not going to catch the car in front of them. The sister car of the green outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Equally, the car just unlapping itself, they're not going to get caught, so they can just mosey around, really. Just, plod around, don't have to worry too much. But that comes with its own risks and trepidation, because sometimes when you just, you fall off that level of concentration when you're just like, oh, okay, whatever. It trips you up because you then start making mistakes that you wouldn't have made previously because you're not constantly on it.
That is correct.
You fall into this complacency zone almost, and it can catch you out dearly.
Yes, definitely. Brings you out of that zone, that moment of concentration. It happens at the wrong. You're right. 3.5. Ooh, about 3.6.
9 minutes left. I mean, it ebbs and flows constantly, and never say never. So you see, the track map's just appeared up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's at home, so you see they're just entering into the bus stop. Now, what traffic are they coming up? Well, there is a scuttle load of those pink little circles. They denote the place numbers and obviously the car class. So they are GT3s. Black little circles are LMP2s, with the orange being GT4s. Now, over the course of the next 9 minutes, you see the green highlight around the 3 black circle. That is who we're looking at right now. Kundal, he's going to have to come up to the back and pass a lot, if not all, of those GT3s.
That's going to be heavy traffic, and definitely at some point, one way or another, that's going to hinder Aubrey's pace.
You say that, Bobby. It depends on where he catches them. Because if he catches them more like on the exit of turn 1, the 90, you could go side by side all the way up to the bus stop. You don't lose any time through that. If anything, you might gain some in the slipstream. The flip side, places like that, the last corner, there's only really one line round from there. The same with turn 1, certainly through the bus stop, there's only one line through there. And this is where it might hurt him, but equally, Barrera's caught up in a bit of traffic there. The gap back out to 6 seconds. Is he throwing the towel in, maybe? I don't know. But you've got to, I mean, surely no Barrera as well. You've got to throw caution away. You've got to give it absolutely everything you've got because you just don't know until that checkered flag flies.
For sure, and you got fresh tires. Definitely push it to the limit. You get that final step on the podium. Let's see. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, number 70. And is it the same deal as Nico? Probably a little bit aggressive on the curb. And it slightly lost control of the car, and that's when the back end kicked out.
That could be where they lost all that time, and maybe we're just taking a few easier laps. Just to... Oh, no. Oh, that's Barrera. That's Barrera. He's made contact, and that's why he's lost all that time.
Full go around. I'm fighting wheel issues at the moment.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's why he lost all that time, just in that one sector. Now let's see, from his view, what could he have done different?
Nothing. He just pops it on the apex.
Why would he, no knock on him, but Julio, he kind of just broke in the middle of the turn like that. Usually with a GT3 car, you just coast through that part. Oh my. That is bizarre.
And that is why Barrera lost all that time, and I think so we're heading inside the last 6 minutes. That might be it, done and dusted. And Wrong Stuff Black coming home to a 3rd place.
It's anything but wrong now for them.
Well, bar a major mistake from them. A similar type of issue happening. This is in the bag for them. They just need to bring it home. And the thing is, as you know yourself, Bobby, that when myself and Randall spoke about it extensively earlier on, when you've got that sort of gap, you're the one, you're not the one doing the chasing. You're the chasee, as it were. And you've got a big buffer. This amount of time left on the clock. You can afford to be conservative with trying to go around traffic. You don't need to take the risk compared to what more Metamorphosis need to do to make up that gap. Although I think, to be fair, this could well be Barrera. I said not fully checked out, but conceding. Do you know what? I think that's it. The chase is off. It's game over. I'm going to have to settle for 4th.
At this point, with the gap like this, obviously don't go too crazy through the turns, but definitely keep the momentum going, keep the pace normal, because you never know what happens with these these last 5 or 4.5 minutes.
Hold on.
Oh. Yeah, no, I wonder the combination of that might be a drive-through. Let's see. Because obviously his pit box is up ahead.
Splash and dash for Valhalla Motorsports there in the BMW. This is drive-through. I know his pit lane box is quite near the end, but he'd be across by now. Yeah, that's a drive-through. There you go.
So I wonder, it was a combination of hitting that one GT3 car and maybe getting an off-track somewhere else, and that was enough points to where he had to come in and take that drive-through.
Absolutely gutting.
Yeah, that is not the way you would want to finish a race.
No, definitely.
And really, I don't. No fault of his own for the most part, because he really had nowhere to go on that last turn when that GT3 car just put on the brakes like that.
As we spoke about it earlier, Bobby, the trouble is there's only one line through that corner. It's one of the few corners where there is only one line on this track, and he's coming in with such full commitment that, yes, he knows the GT3 in front of him is going to be slower. He's not that silly, but I saw a big puff of smoke, and is this brief?
That's what I saw too. Right through the inner loop, and both of them.
That's into the butt stop, isn't it? And that's a GT4. So that is second in class Sapphire Sport Delta, the Aston, making contact with. Was that Dillon? Yes, it was. Was it Dillon?
That it was.
Yeah, it was. He tried to
And
follow the
then-
LMP2 through.
Oh, just wasn't able to put on the brakes.
Someone's got a blown engine. There's that Donizelli? Yes, it is. I think. Do you believe? And just unsighted. Oh, well, that's Pereira.
Oh my gosh.
It goes from bad to worse for him, doesn't it? If he didn't have any bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all.
Yes. Oh, I was just about to say that.
This isn't another drive-through, is it? This is live pictures, Bobby.
That's
another drive-through, isn't it?
This is just a snowball effect for Justin.
Well, of course, because once you get over the first drive-through, those gaps between penalty points become narrower and narrower.
Until a point where I guess it's just pretty much every other point, if it comes to that.
It's not quite that bad, but yeah, it's just compounds the issue. And well, we thought we were in for a grandstand finish. What was going to be the Battle of the Glen turned out it wasn't going to quite be that way.
I'm so sorry for Justin. Because the way he was driving, because at one point he was within 3 seconds of Wrong Stuff Black.
Yeah, it was closing at an absolute exponential rate, and I got the feeling we were on for a real grandstand finish here. I thought it was going to be a blockbuster. Would love to have seen those two going, toe to toe for those last couple of laps.
And I agree. And I believe that is the white flag for...
That is indeed. That is indeed, Bobby Ross. We've got 1 lap left remaining after 4 hours and racing. Well, it's maybe not quite the finish that we would have hoped for. But it's been a cracker from the Glen. As we see our leader, Castile, entering into the bus stop there. And exiting out of it. And through the carousel, it's been way out. What is now, and this has not been a true representation from the history books, because ahead of them is second place. Ahead of them is second place, the 17, the Sister Sapphire car. And if they go past them, they have elapsed the entire field. Now, it has not quite been that close all race long. That big a gap. And I think they're remaining behind them as much as Sapphire will need to do another lap, but to prevent them from going a lap down, there's a bit of a swish of the wiper blade there. I didn't think that was. Wow. They're saving a bit of grace there for their teammates. Oh, they're going for the photo finish across the line. I think they are. A bit of formation flying there. They've let them pass. And it's going to be a 1-2 for Radness. It's Green with the win. Sapphire with the second. The 33 and the 70. Finishing formation here from round 4 of the championship at Watkins Glen. Congratulations to them. MIA even have secured 3rd place in GT3 and 1 stuff orange. We didn't clock them coming across the line, but that is the win for them in GT4. A great dominant drive from them. 43 seconds the advantage, just like Maradnis Yellow, making it 2 victories from 3 classes for Maradnis with the Porsche. 45 seconds clear of the BMW of Shut Up and Drive It's G1. So just touring, coasting through these final corners. So some podiums technically up for grabs, but the position's pretty much cemented. As across the line to take the checkered flag comes Kerr for Maradnis Yellow. You see the weave across the track. Barney, as ever, animated with his checkered flag waving. Sapphire Simsport Delta pick up 2nd place in GT4 with MIA, making it 2 third places, 1 in GT3 and 1 in GT4. By different manufacturers, and just waiting for the last few cars to come across the line. One Stuff Black, they cement that 3rd place. Gutting for them, and Metamorphosis in the end. Well, it goes from bad to worse. They were hunting down 3rd, but due to all those late penalties, they're finishing 5th.
Not the finish they were desiring.
and what a lot of people would have hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
Most certainly. Most certainly. We were all hoping for, wow, what was going to be.
Possibly a photo finish.
Yeah. And we didn't quite get it, did we? It was, well, dramatic to say the least, wasn't it? And in the end, didn't quite all pan out the way we'd hoped for. Let's wait for the last few drivers to head across the start-finish line. We can bring you up some classified results, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to chat to some of the drivers of what has been a dramatic race, to say the least, here from Watkins Glen. So, well, we got all the way back 4 hours ago here in WSRL.
4 hours went by that quick.
Yeah, we had a grid all fully packed out. And there was drama from all the way through the race with some absolutely brilliant moves undertaken.
Whoa.
Moves like this down into turn 1. There's the leader, Braun Carroll of Rugstuff Racing Orange. It was pretty dominant for them all race long. But Castillo, we'll get to chat with us shortly. The best of starts didn't around this Orange. So this brilliant battle between them as on the start line. But let's take a chat to some of our drivers, and well, as we mentioned, lined up. First of all, let's have a chat to Wayne Castile, who secured the victory here today at Watkins Glen, round 4 of the championship. But Wayne, as much as the history books will show it was a dominant performance from Mirandis Green, it wasn't quite like that the whole race run, was it? I mean, it was ebbing and flowing quite a bit between yourself and the sister car of Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the race is great. The plan was for me to just stick on Nate's bumper the entire time, and had a couple small mistakes here and there, and then spun once, and then slowly built up the incident count to the point where I had to do a drive-through. So that made a pretty large gap. So I was under pretty much at that point. I'm like, all right, well, let's just fight for P2, make sure we keep it. And once Dan got in the car, it seemed to his pace wasn't just there, but normally his pace is amazing. But I was able to run him down, and funny enough, the last 45 minutes of that race, I was fighting wheel issues. So shifters weren't working. I had no dash. So that was fun.
And just put yourself inside the cockpit when you're experiencing that sort of issues, especially where you're the faster car and expected to be a bit more dominant when you're coming around to lap slower traffic. Just what sort of issues does that give you, and how do you try and work around them and approach it?
That was the real rough part of it. Is the GT3s, you need to be up to speed to get around them pretty quickly. The GT4s, you could be going a little bit slower and still have a lot of closing speed into corners with them. So, but the problem was it was so random. I didn't know when it was going to happen where I would lose the ability to shift the car. So I kind of had to back way off there that last 45 minutes or so, just to be sure that I didn't end up hitting anybody or going off track myself or anything like that. So that was a little bit of drama to end of the, towards the end of the race there for me, but we were able to get it done.
And obviously we saw very early on in the race, it was right about lap 34, the 150 you managed to complete here today. You had that incident, and was that a bit of a heart in mouth type moment where obviously you were really far behind the sister car, after that incident?
Yeah, that one I was I thought I gave enough room, because I know the GT3 was trying to pass a GT4 there, and I thought I gave them enough room, and then when we came out of the bus stop, I think the GT3 tracked out a little bit just in order to give space to the GT4, and I was tracking in. So when one car's tracking out and one car's tracking in, typically that ends in disaster. So that one kind of hurt. That one I had to limp around and take a fast repair. I had to pit early. So that was kind of the moment where I thought the race was kind of over for me. But, as I had to do this one solo because my teammate's injured, I figured, you know what? Let's just push on. Let's see if we can make up any ground. And luckily we were able to.
We've just seen a replay on the stream of exactly that happening. And then, of course, much later in the race, unbeknown to yourself, obviously the safety car has a bit of an issue. And then you're right back in it. And from that, the lead just grew and grew.
Yeah, he unfortunately had a drive-through. I was catching him, but once he had to have a drive-through penalty, that's when I was able to overtake and grab the lead. And at that point, it was head down. Let's try to make a gap. Because in case something else would happen, I only had one fast repair left. I'm like, well, let's push. That way, if towards the end of the race here, if I want to calm down or anything happens, then I have the gap in order to just chill out. And thank God I did do that, because I was not expecting these wheel issues to happen. And if they would have happened while we were battling, there's no chance I was able to do anything spectacular like I was doing today. I mean, I was down probably towards the end of that race anywhere between 6 to 7 seconds a lap than where I should have been. So that was pretty rough.
Wow, that is a dramatic amount of lap time to lose, especially around a place like this. Before we let you go and go and celebrate your victory, I'm sure with a nice cold one, even though it's a freezing cold outside this time of year, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, gotta obviously thank everybody over at Madness. Their coaching has been absolutely stellar this past year. I've gone from a 1.2K iRating driver to, it says 3.4, but I feel like I'm way higher than that. So, Dan Morad, Stu, Dion, the coaches over there, all the guys with Madness that was here racing today, Nate, Daniel, the other Wayne, Myth, well, we call him Myth, but his name is Daniel, and Ryan Kerr. Got to thank our sponsors, of course, Advanced Sim Racing, Oceana Coffee, Ginger Liveries for doing these lovely liveries for these cars for beginning in November. And I look forward to Sebring, because Sebring is probably my favorite track on iRacing between that and Daytona. So we're gonna hopefully end the season off with a bang with me against Nate.
Well, we'll definitely look forward to seeing it. That is Wayne Castile of Madness Green, your winner here today from Watkins Glen. Wow.
Thanks, guys.
Wow, Bobby. Interesting to see, hearing from him there on how sort of managing around those issues and just how he had to adapt his approach in terms to getting through the lap traffic in GT3s and GT4s.
Sometimes what defines you as a driver is how you can overcome mistakes, how you can overcome obstacles. And today, he certainly proved that today.
That sounds like one of those philosophical quotes. I love that, Bobby. That was absolutely brilliant. But for one winner, I'll tell you what, I'll let you have the honours on this one. We're now joined in the commentary booth by, well, it's none of the Madness teams. It was dominant for them, obviously, in GT3 and LMP2. We're now joined by Ryan Kerr of Madness Yellow. You're winning in GT3 in the Porsche 911. Over to yourself, Bobby.
Ryan, congratulations on winning in the GT3 class. Seemed like you were the class of the field the whole race from start to finish. How did you feel?
Honestly, it was pretty good. The car honestly felt amazing, thanks to the setup. So yeah, I didn't really have many issues, just trying to deal with traffic and stuff like that. It's pretty good.
That's awesome to hear. And that was to go on with that, with the traffic. That seemed to have been the biggest issue throughout this whole race. It was just trying to find the right spot to pass someone, either in the GT4 or allowing the prototypes to go through. But for you, though, what was the hardest portion of this race? Was it just the beginning, just getting through the beginning, through those opening laps? What was the hardest section for you throughout this whole race?
I would say definitely managing the GT4 traffic. To be honest with you, just the closing speed with the GT4s was definitely a challenge. But yeah, we seem to deal with it quite well, and yeah, didn't get any drive-throughs or any penalties like that, so worked out pretty good.
Definitely the name of the game, avoiding all trouble like that. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Definitely Dan and Stu at Miradness and Dillon for the setup. The setup was absolutely amazing. Honestly could not ask for more tonight. And Scotty for working with us with Miradness and his coffee, Oceana Coffee. Can't thank him enough.
Awesome, and you're looking forward to the next race at Sebring, I must assume.
Yeah, hopefully I can make that one. But yeah, Sebring's definitely another track I don't mind. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that one if I can make it. Sure.
For sure. That was your GT3 winner, Ryan Kerr.
Well, I tell you what, it's always fascinates me about how the challenges that they face with the closing speed difference between GT3 and GT4, Bobby.
Definitely.
Wow. Well, looks like that's this all done. I was hoping we'd be able to get a chat with Brendan Carroll or Charles Larson of our winning team from Wrong Stuff Racing Orange in GT4, but it doesn't look like they're going to pop along, unfortunately. So it's time for us to close things out here at Slow Motion Broadcasting. Bobby, first ever race of commentary, and well, multi-class endurance, and Watkins Glen. It's a match made in heaven. How do you find things?
You know what? For my first race, this was a lot of fun to do. Making sure, just keep an eye, just taking notes, making sure, just having a good, what's the word for it? Just
good
having
time.
fun.
Yeah, having fun. Making the most of it, definitely. And well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you along for the ride here from Watkins Glen. Of course, thanks very much to Tom Dillon and Randall McGrew for providing insights along the way. Well, congratulations to Miradness. Double wins for them. Green overall in LMP2 and yellow in GT3. And that's for Wrong Stuff Racing Orange. Well, it was a dominant display from them in GT4 and the Aston Martin. Can Miradness continue their dominance? Next round out at Sebring. There's only one way to find out. Join us on the 2nd of December, where we will be live from, well, quite possibly, no, not the 2nd, 18th of December, apologies, where we'll be live from one of the most notoriously bumpy tracks here in America, of course, at Sebring. I've been Tim Cox, Bobby Ross to close things out. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you soon here at WSRL and Slow Motion.